around.
And then click.
Not too fast so that the camera
Yes,
can
so the
follow
camera
me.
can
This
find
is
you.
good. Could we just make sure that this table is
Yeah,
not
it's
here?
going to be out. Yeah.
That would be great. Okay, so let's go through this presentation real fast. If
Click harder.
this wants to work.
Yes, harder. Yes.
All right. It's a bit of physical exercise involved. Very good. So
Okay.
I'll explain that it's great to be here together. Feels like we're back to pre-COVID times, but hey, we're not. Things have changed, and this is what we're going to focus on, using data to understand where we stand and where we are going. And we'll start with the big picture to see how the Asia-Pacific region fits. That's how it looked like in 2022. This is how it looks like now. Significant improvement. Some countries already switching from recovery to growth, and some key markets feeding this recovery, starting with the US. Okay, so if I'm here, I can't see the screen. Good. 3 categories: South Asia, Southeast Asia. South Asia doing better than the rest, and we can see how the religious calendar is feeding recovery in some countries where there is a lot of VFR travel. China is very reactive. Each time travel restrictions are eased, we can see an increase in in demand from Chinese travelers who are very receptive to ease of access and are mainly flying to destinations in the Southeast Asian region. Connectivity is the main bottleneck, and this is why we still have a lot of people flying direct rather than via hubs. All the key hubs in the region are still heavily down compared with pre-pandemic. The specificity of Seoul is that it's managed to position itself as a hub between China and the US, because international connectivity between those two giants has not been re-established yet. Focusing on South Korea, we can see that the country is performing much better than the regional average, with Seoul leading the way, both in terms of international travel and in terms of domestic travel. Zooming in on demand, we can see that long-haul markets have actually started to reactivate much faster than the rest. France, the UK, Canada, Germany, the US are actually growing when looking at both round trips and one-way trips to Seoul, and all the key visitor profiles are on the rise for the destination, still when looking at these extra-regional markets. I've mentioned it already. Seoul has managed to position itself as a key hub, and we can see that when looking at connectivity between Asia Pacific and the Americas, Seoul is actually growing. And this is mainly supported by Korean carriers, which are playing a key role in the recovery here. Now, looking back again, zooming out and looking at the big picture, what has changed? Much more premium travel than economy. This is where the money is to be made at the moment. And we can see that Canada, the US are actually growing on the premium segment when looking at flights to the Asia-Pacific region. Zooming in on the number 1 in our list, Canada, we can see that South Korea
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? In just about 10 minutes, we will begin our 2023 Kopist High-Level Policy Forum. We kindly ask everyone who is still outside in the lobby to please enter the hall and take your seats. And as a courtesy to others, we also ask you to please take a moment to mute or silence your mobile phones. And for the forum, we provide simultaneous interpretation, so please use the receivers that are placed on your tables. If you do not have one already, please ask our staff for any extra receivers. Turn to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Once again, that is channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in 10 minutes. We kindly ask you to please enter the hall and take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, may I have your attention, please? Our 2023 Kopist High-Level Policy Forum will begin in just a few minutes. We kindly ask all of our participants to please enter the hall and take your seats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our High-Level Policy Forum will begin in just a few minutes. We kindly ask all of our participants to please enter the hall and take your seats. And as a courtesy to others, please take a moment now to turn off your mobile phones or turn them to silent mode. And once again, we do provide simultaneous interpretation throughout our forum, so please do pick up a receiver if you do not have one yet. Turn to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Once again, it's channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in just a few minutes. We kindly ask you to please take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We will begin in just 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you once again. If you could please take your seats. It will only be 1 or 2 minutes when we start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the 2023 Kopist High-Level Policy Forum. It will only be 1 or 2 minutes now. We kindly ask you to please take your seats. And once again, please verify if you have muted or silenced your mobile phones and check the channels on your receivers once again. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, and welcome to the 2023 Kopist High-Level Policy Forum. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ju-Yun Cho, and I have been given the opportunity to be your MC for today. Thank you very much, and I'd like to introduce myself in the Korean way. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to express our deepest gratitude to all of our distinguished guests who have graced us with their presence today. In fact, our Kopist High-Level Policy Forum has reopened after many years because of COVID for an offline gathering. It feels great to see all of these faces offline gathered here today. And at this year's forum, we are gathered to discuss the response measures made by the government to the changes in the tourism industry after COVID. And in addition, this forum is even more meaningful this year because the Kopist project, which started back in 2014, marks its 10th anniversary. And to congratulate and commemorate this event, representatives of 9 key partner countries to Korea, as well as the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism of the Republic of Korea, have gathered together. So thank you once again for your attendance on this auspicious occasion. Our forum today is hosted by the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism of the Republic of Korea and organized by the Korea Tourism Organization. And as for those joining us online as well, I would like to mention that you can view, because we have a live streaming channel on our YouTube. And before we begin, I'd like to briefly go over today's agenda. We have a keynote speaker today joining us, and we will be discussing the changes in the tourism industry paradigm and responsible policy responses. Our first session will kick off on the changes in the tourism market, followed by the second in the government policies in response to tourism market changes. And then last but not least, in the third session, our participants from 9 participating countries will discuss the respective country tourism policies. And now with that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our distinguished guests from home and abroad. First and foremost, His Excellency Vice Minister Cho Yong-man of Culture, Sports, and Tourism of the Republic of Korea is joining us. Thank you very much. And next, Executive Vice President Seo Young-chung of the International Tourism Division at Korea Tourism Organization. Thank you very much. The Republic of Kazakhstan is joining us. Secretary of State Tong Raktasak of Cambodia is joining us today. Thank you very much. From Indonesia, we have Mr. Fadjar Hutomo, Senior Advisor to the Minister for Crisis Management, joining us. Thank you. And from Laos, Director General Kom Tung Chanta is joining us. Thank you very much. All the way from Nepal, Joint Secretary Mr. Jan Prasad Dakal is joining us. Thank you very much. And a very far away Paraguay, Ms. Patricia Aguilera, Director of Planning Management, is joining us. Thank you very much. And from Vietnam, we have Director General Ninh Ngoc Nuc. Thank you very much for joining. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are joined by many other distinguished guests here today, but please understand that we could not read out each and every one of you due to time restraints. And now let us begin officially with our opening speech. And for the opening, I would like to welcome to the stage His Excellency Vice Minister Cho Yong-man of Culture, Sports, and Tourism of the Republic of Korea for up onto the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Cho Yong-man, Vice Minister of the Culture, Tourism, and Sports. First of all, I would like to thank His Excellency Bat Erden Bat Ulji, Minister of Environment and Tourism of Mongolia, His Excellency Respekov Dastan, Chairman of Tourism Industry Committee of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and many others, including the 9 of them, distinguished delegates, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also begin by expressing my sincere welcome to all delegation from the 9 Kopist partner countries. I would like to thank today's keynote speaker, Ms. Fiona Jeffrey, founder and chair of Just a Job, as well as other presenters and panelists for their valuable participation. Today we celebrate the 10th anniversary of Kopist program. Since its establishment in 2014, Kopist has become one of Korea's most prominent initiatives on tourism development and cooperation, owing to the active participation of around 400 tourism policymakers from 26 partner countries. Thanks to the Kopist program, Korea was able to enhance its understanding on the tourism industry and gather wisdom for sustainable tourism development together with the partner countries. Distinguished delegates, according to the UNWTO, the international tourist arrivals could reach 80 to 95% of the pre-pandemic levels this year. The pent-up demand for travel due to the COVID-19 is now being unleashed. However, to reach full recovery, we must put in much thought on what are the responsible policy actions against the backdrop of the paradigm shift in tourism facilitated by the pandemic. Digital transformation, innovation, and sustainable tourism are the common challenges that we face in tourism. Taking this into account, we have set this year's theme as Changes in the Tourism Industry Landscape and Responsible Policy Responses. I hope today's forum will serve as an opportunity to share best practices and in-depth discussions on desirable policy measures that will bring forward innovation and sustainable growth to the tourism sector. Please be assured that Korea will make steadfast efforts to contribute to the tourism development of partner countries beyond the Kopist program. Thus, I humbly ask for your continued interest and support. In closing, I hope that every one of you will have the chance to discover Korea as an attractive travel destination in this beautiful spring weather. Thank you for your attention. Thank you once again.
Thank you once again, Your Excellency Vice Minister Cho Yong-man, for your kind opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for our welcome speech. And for our welcome, I would like to welcome to the stage Executive Vice President Mr. Seo Young-chung of the International Tourism Division of the KTO. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning. I'm Seo Young-chung, Executive Vice President of the International Tourism Division at the Korea Tourism Organization. It is my great pleasure to hold the Kopist High-Level Policy Forum with representatives in charge of developing the tourism industry of their respective countries. In particular, this year marks the 10th anniversary of Kopist, which developed amid active participation by and support from many countries. Currently, we are in an important time of transition where COVID-19, which had cast a shadow over every corner of the world, has gone from a pandemic to an endemic. With a rapid recovery in global demand for tourism, the UNWTO expects the number of international tourists to near pre-pandemic level this year. At this significant period of time, we're holding this forum to analyze changes in the tourism market from various angles and to examine government policies within Kopist partner countries. In this regard, today's forum is even more significant than ever. I hope this forum will provide a good opportunity for us to find ways to revitalize the tourism industry together, an industry that has suffered setbacks by the pandemic. The Kopist Working Level Training Program, which is offered following the forum every year, will take place for about 3 weeks. In response to the shifting tourism market, we've prepared lectures on various topics including digital transformation, big data, and K-marketing, along with one-on-one customized consulting for action plans by country. Plus, we will tour several successful tourism sites in Korea. I look forward to your active participation so that we can achieve the results we're seeking for. Once again, thank you so much for coming to the Kopist Forum. And I ask for your continued support and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Executive Vice President Seo Young-chung of the International Tourism Division of KTO, for your welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, as our Executive Vice President has also mentioned, and I mentioned before in our introductory remarks, this year marks our 10th anniversary of the Kopist High-Level Policy Forum. And to commemorate this very special occasion, we have prepared a special video to take us into the next 10 years. So let us kick off this ceremony to take us into a brighter future and more successful future as well. So I would like to ask you to please join me in imbuing all of our wishes for an even more successful 10 years ahead. So with that, please turn your attention to the screen. I will shout out first. So once again, please turn your attention to the screen. Thank you very much. Well, I hope that you will join us in celebrating the 10 years and that this year will be another stepping stone to deliver us into the future. And I hope that today's forum will be a platform to take us into another successful 10 years. And now, please join us in taking a group photo to commemorate the 10 years. I'd like to invite to the stage Your Excellency Vice Minister Cho Yong-man of Culture, Sports and Tourism, Executive Vice President Seo Young-chung of the KTO, representatives of the 9 participating countries and embassies, keynote speakers and presenters, as well as moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us up on stage following the guidance of our staff for a group photo. So we would like to have all of our distinguished guests appear beautifully in the photograph. So please do smile for the photo. And as a rule of thumb, if you cannot see the camera cannot see you. So please remember to be able to see the camera when you're standing. Please step a little bit closer. So we have many cameras today in the center. So let's get better situated for the total camera shoot. I think that maybe 2 lines would be a little bit better. Thank you very much. Yes, please do smile. Give us your biggest smiles. So can we have, the first line, excuse us. Yes, can you kneel down a little bit for the camera in the back? Thank you very much. Thank you. Watch the camera in the second row, ladies and gentlemen, and give us your biggest smiles. And audience, please give us a big round of applause. Thank you. And second, can we have a K with your fingers for the Kopist? Thank you very much. And your biggest smiles for the camera. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. K. Thank you. And lastly, can we have a big fighting with your fist? Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. Fighting. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We will now lead you back to your seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your cooperation in our photo op. Now, I'm sure that our distinguished guests will be quite familiar with the Korean fighting. It's not actually meant to fight with one another, but as a cheer to have a successful forum for the future. So thank you very much for your cooperation and joining us for the group photo. I believe that you are now back to your seats and we're ready to move on to our next agenda item. So with that, I'd like to introduce to you a very special lady for our keynote speech. As I mentioned, we have a keynote presentation that will be looking into the changes in the tourism industry environment and responsible policy responses. And this will be delivered by Ms. Fiona Jeffrey, the founder and chair of Just a Drop. I believe that we are all ready to receive the keynote presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. and thank you very much for inviting me to this important conference today. I had to think quite hard about attending, as I was keenly aware of adding to my personal carbon footprint, and as a result, the need to plant more trees upon my return. Not that I believe tree planting is the answer to our challenges, but when all else is out of your control, it mitigates even if it doesn't resolve. But by addressing you today, I hope to give added zeal to those individuals and organizations already taking action to face up to the new tourism landscape and different set of priorities. And more importantly, I hope to offer further impetus and encouragement to those who have yet to start their journey. In the short time I have, I hope to illustrate through my personal journey what anyone with the right mindset can achieve. And I hope to encourage you to be the change you want to see. Because in my world, actions speak louder than words. Sorry. There is no doubt that the global pandemic has been punishing on the travel industry, impacting jobs and livelihoods the world over. But it has also been a massive wake-up call and opportunity to reset our trajectory and repurpose our industry. As an industry, we spend our lives developing journeys and positive experiences for our customers. The realignment of our industry is the same. It's a journey that takes care and persistence. There is no single pathway, but to have the right impact globally, we need to collectively pull in the right direction to end up in the right place. And why is this so critical now? Because time is running out for our planet and us as a species. The travel and tourism industry is roughly responsible for between 8 and 11% of the world's carbon emissions. And as we continue to burn fossil fuels and consume the way we do, we contribute to heating up the planet. In 2020, we were already at 1 degree of global warming. And we can already see the effects of higher hurricanes, floods, forest fires, droughts, and increased extinction of species. In 2015, Paris Agreement nominally aims to hit 1.5 degrees, or failing that, 2 degrees. Mark Lynas is a respected author on climate change and has reviewed hundreds of scientific papers to outline the effects of each degree of global warming in his book, Our Final Warning, 6 Degrees of Global Warming. Lynas observes that based on the business as usual model, we're likely to hit 2 degrees in the next 10 years, which will stress human society, lead to widespread fires, floods, and droughts, destroy coral reefs and rainforests, and increase the risk of hitting 3 degrees due to tipping points, such as an ice-free Arctic in the summer and melting mountain glaciers. On this trajectory, we are likely to hit 3 degrees in the 2050s and 60s. This is within the lifetime of some people in this room. This is hotter than any experience of the human species and will destabilize civilization because sea level rises will force hundreds of millions of people to relocate. There would be an ice-free Arctic all year round, and it would increase desertification, cause failed harvests, famines, loss of water supplies, and mass extinctions. By 2075, we could hit 4 degrees, which will create the worst mass extinction in 10 million years. Climate change is happening. So unless we react now, we are sleepwalking into our own destruction. And this is all happening on our watch. If we don't take urgent action, climate change will totally transform the lives of our children and grandchildren. And for me, that's a scary thought. There is an urgent need to act over the next 10 years if we are to hope to reduce CO2 emissions in order to achieve net zero by 2050. And it is absolutely mission critical that the travel industry plays its part. So how do we go about achieving this? Well, yes, there are some key frameworks that help unite us. Firstly, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. A call to action around 17 global priorities designed to end poverty and inequality, protect the planet, and ensure all people enjoy health, justice, and prosperity. Travel and tourism can support all of these. A recognition and acceptance that the sustainability model, there are 3 pillars to be valued: social and environmental, as well as economic needs. And what I call the transformational triangle, which requires strong partnership, leadership, and collaboration across government, business, and the third sector, with civil society at its core. That's a tall order, I hear you say. But is it? If I have been able to reflect my personal values and priorities across a global commercial business career that has spanned business, government agency, and the third not-for-profit sector, then I believe every person in this room can stand up for themselves and do the same by simply being the change you want to see. So how did I start? The opportunity arose in 1994 when I was asked to lead World Travel Market, the world's leading global business-to-business event for the travel industry, held in London every November, which by the time I left in 2013, attracted over 5,000 companies from over 200 countries and 50,000 industry professionals from around the world. I was working for a FTSE 100 company, running a multi-million-dollar business, and my boss's primary desire at the time was growth, growth, and more growth. It was at a time of major changes in the tourism sector, with new destinations opening up across the world every year, and the launch of the low-cost airline model. However, my natural instinct in business and life is to look long-term. And I could see a looming problem on the horizon, but it appeared so far away, no one seemed interested. My fear was, if we kept growing exponentially as an industry, we were in danger of destroying the very product we were seeking to promote, namely the planet. I felt everyone in my industry was happy to take as much economic benefit as they could from travel and tourism receipts, but they were doing very little to preserve the product we were promoting. Nor did I feel local communities were benefiting sufficiently from our industry either. My employer had earned the nickname Reed Greed. Such was their commercial expectations, charging exhibitor top rates for admittedly a quality product. But it still made me feel uncomfortable about the long-term social and environmental impacts of our industry. So in 1996, I decided to tackle my industry's lack of commitment to the environment, and I set up an initiative called Environmental Awareness Day, which over time evolved into World Responsible Tourism Day and supported by the UN World Tourism Organization. A far-reaching educational program at World Travel Market designed to encourage the industry to become more responsible in how they promoted and developed their travel plans and products. It's since become the largest gathering of responsible tourism professionals in the world. It's probably the most important legacy I left World Travel Market, because it's now so embedded in the ethos of the organization and company. And whilst it was a cost as opposed to a profit center, I felt it was an investment in the long-term sustainability of our industry and the planet. And it gave our business heart and soul. As someone once described, because of my position and the significance of World Travel Market on the world tourism stage at the time, I became the social conscience of the industry, because the sector was still too busy growing to reflect upon its environmental and social impacts. But I didn't see it like that. My perspective was, I was simply doing what was right and fair for my business, the planet, and the many communities across the world we were impacting, effectively respecting and valuing the triple bottom line: environmental, social values, not just the economic ones. However, the lack of traction on environmental issues back in 1996 was staggering. Out of a potential audience of 45,000, I had 30 people turn up in the first year. So whilst pursuing our environmental program, I decided I needed to come up with a better idea that would engage people with a greater sense of urgency. I'd just become a mum, and I recognized that many people who worked in the industry were also parents. So I decided to come up with an idea that touched children and their families, was global in its reach, because we represented a global industry, and at the same time was environmentally sound, so sticking to my core values for protecting the environment. I then learned at that time a child died every 17 seconds from dirty water, that water was the biggest killer of children under the age of 5. But back then, £1 or $1.2 could impact a child's access to safe water. So very naively, I thought I could get £1 from everybody coming to World Travel Market, and that would give me £45,000. And with that, collectively, as an industry, we could start to make a difference. This led to the creation of Just a Drop, an international development organization that focuses on providing communities with access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene education. Our sustainable projects provide support to communities through the construction of wells, pipelines, sand dams, rainwater harvesting systems, and sanitation programs. To date, we've supported over 1.9 million people in 32 countries, and our project work is currently focused across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. By creating Just a Drop in 1998, I gave the industry a vehicle to give back to communities in a way it hadn't considered before. And my purpose was to remove any excuses or barriers for companies not to engage. It was a very early form of corporate social responsibility, before those words were part of the normal boardroom's agenda. And Reed Exhibitions have generously continued to support Just a Drop for the past 25 years. But again, my motivations were simply driven by doing what I believed was right and fair for everyone: my business, the planet, and society. Again, the power of the triple bottom line, and about being committed to delivering through my business the change I wanted to see. So how can you be the change you want to see? I've previously referred to the transformational triangle, which is when government, business, and the third sector collaborate effectively to create a wider good and greater impact. It's about demonstrating collective leadership across organizations and increasing the positive impact and influence we can each have on the world. This means governments creating viable frameworks for business and the third sector to operate efficiently and effectively. Regulating and reducing, for example, the consumption of fossil fuels and facilitating major investment and incentives for expansion into renewable energy. Businesses providing the engine and the necessary impetus to actively participate in the change we want to see, and are the real drivers of change, innovation, and development. And then the often undervalued not-for-profit third sector, who are needed to underpin delivery on the ground. Because to be effective on the ground, you need the right organizations creating the right engagement to achieve sustainable, long-term, impactful outcomes, supporting some of the most vulnerable in society. Because of climate change, we all need to be the change we want to see. The tourism sector's direct CO2 emissions are estimated to be around 5% of global emissions, most of which comes from transport, and the rest is largely from energy use and accommodation and tourism activities. But if you include indirect CO2 emissions, such as laundry services and food production, tourism CO2 emissions account for between 8 and 11% of global emissions. So what does this mean in practice? I'd like to share some examples of organizations who are being the change they want to see. First of all, we all need to start measuring our carbon footprint, and once measured, take the necessary steps to reduce to get to net zero. As an organization, we now know the carbon footprint of Just a Drop, and more significantly, we measure the carbon footprint of every single project we organize and run across the world. Because we've measured, we know we currently operate as a carbon neutral organization. A positive situation to be in, but the aim is to achieve net zero as soon as possible. But it's only by measuring you can see what needs to be done and to set benchmarks. Do you measure your organization's CO2 emissions? Can I have a show of hands for those that measure their CO2 emissions currently? Very few. That's interesting. Okay. So, as a judge for WTT's Tourism for Tomorrow Awards, I met organizations trying to be the change they want to see. One tour operator in particular, Intrepid, have been trailblazing. They have been carbon neutral since 2010. This includes all their tours and all their flights. The process began in 2005 and involved the development of their carbon management plan, involving measuring, reducing, avoiding, and offsetting all their emissions. For those they cannot reduce, they buy gold standard certified offsets that are invested mostly in projects located in destinations where they visit, such as a wind farm in Turkey, which also creates local employment as a result. Intrepid are still on their journey to decarbonise. They have adopted science-based targets to help them across the whole value chain, with the aim to halve their emissions by 2030 and reach net zero as early as possible. Water scarcity affects more than 40% of the global population, and it's projected to rise. In some areas, tourism uses over 8 times more water per person on average than the local population. Hotels have a crucial role in managing their water consumption to protect the communities in which they operate and the future of their businesses. Just a Drop, in partnership with the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance, is running the Tap Water for All initiative with leading hoteliers where £1, €1, $1, 1 won, 1 yen is added to a restaurant bill that orders tap water. Hopefully, we are inspiring people to turn the everyday act of drinking tap water into positive social action, transforming lives across the world. Radisson Hotels are committed to global water health as part of its responsible business programme, and they drive water stewardship projects to conserve the Earth's priceless water supply. Through their towel reuse and green housekeeping programme, for every 500 towels reused, €15 are donated to Just a Drop. And they have undertaken over 20 projects across Asia, Africa, and Latin America, providing safe water to over 28,500 people, completely changing their lives, and they have saved washing over 14 million towels. It's a simple idea. It's an effective partnership, but life-changing for those impacted, and much better for the environment. Food waste is a significant problem for an industry and the planet. In the UK, it's been estimated that 30% of food sold is wasted. I recently sat on a panel at Oxford University to promote their new SDG Impact Lab, an interdisciplinary model for postgraduate students. The module is a collaboration between Oxford University and EasyJet Holidays, whose customer director, Matt Callahan, is endeavouring to be the change he wants to see. As a result of the research and projects undertaken by the students, EasyJet Holidays have implemented a food management system at the resorts in Spain, designed to reduce food waste. Here we have business collaborating with the best academic brains to help develop solutions and create purposeful change. Energy use is the most significant issue for the industry. We all know we need to transition away from fossil fuels into sustainable aviation fuel and renewable energy such as solar and wind. It is encouraging that a company like United Airlines is creating a $100 million investment fund in collaboration with its partners such as JP Morgan Chase and Air Canada, and is also enabling its customers to contribute to the United Airlines Ventures Sustainable Flight Fund with a small donation when they fly. United Airlines is setting out to build a new industry around sustainable aviation fuel, essentially from scratch, in order to decarbonise aviation. And the UK government announced only last week significant investments into carbon capture usage and storage, offshore wind and nuclear power, and investment in transitioning to electrical vehicles and aviation fuel. As a judge for WTTC's Tourism for Tomorrow Awards, I also met Paris Lumba, whose organization, Global Himalayan Expeditions, started as a Himalayan trekking experience company. It has evolved into an impactful social enterprise, installing solar panels, which they also manufacture, into remote villages in the Himalayas, using the resource of the trekkers to install and provide electricity for villages and schools, totally lighting up and transforming lives as a consequence. A successful tourism social enterprise at its best. So in summary, my message to you all is a very simple one. Be the change you want to see. And remember, actions speak louder than words. To achieve real impact, collaborate. Harness the expertise available to you to make good things happen. Anything I've achieved is as a consequence of collaborating and working with people better than me to achieve a greater outcome. And I'm still operating like this. Sign up to the Glasgow Declaration for Climate Action in Tourism, launched at COP26 with the aim to halve emissions over this decade and reach net zero before 2050. It was drafted by the United Nations World Tourism Organization and Environmental Programme. Signatories are provided with advice and guidance to deliver a climate action plan within 12 months of signing and to report on progress annually, using the 5 pathways of measure, decarbonise, regenerate, collaborate, and finance. The best starting point for any of you is to begin by measuring your carbon footprint and building from there. It provides a vital pathway which will guide investment in the future of our industry and incentivise change. The travel and tourism industry often markets itself as a force for good. We know it breaks down cultural barriers, creates and provides jobs, and helps fuel economies, especially those in the developing nations. And yet, as we all know, it can also do harm. Conference sessions like these are happening all over the world, which proves a better future for our industry is being discussed and is on the agenda. None of us can single-handedly save the world, but we each have a responsibility to do our part to save the world and be the change you want to see. Thank you.
Thank you once again for that inspirational keynote speech. Thank you very much. I'm sure that our audience appreciated your decision to actually make your way all the way to Korea to deliver the keynote. Thank you very much. And thank you for explaining the transformational triangle and also raising the alarm and providing food for thought for our audience on your keynote speech. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to our first session. And in our first session, we have 2 speakers. The first, Mr. Olivier Ponty, the Vice President of Forward Keys, and the second presentation delivered by Mr. Lee Ung-hee, the founder and CEO of H2O Hospitality. Both will be speaking under the umbrella theme of changes in the tourism market. So first, I would like to bring to the stage Vice President Mr. Olivier Ponty, discussing changes in demand and the tourism market. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here and to see this wonderful stage being set and so many people in the room. Great to see events like Kopist being back on track. It feels a bit as if COVID had never happened, and slowly, little by little, the travel sector is getting back to where it was in 2019. Or at least, this is the impression we have. This may be the impression I will give you during this presentation, when you will see some figures clearly showing a recovery of the sector and volumes getting very close, in some cases even above where they were in 2019. But let's not be fooled. We're not getting back to 2019. The world has changed, traveler behaviors have changed, and maybe the industry has changed and doesn't want to be where it was pre-COVID. This is why your speech, Fiona, was so inspiring. I think we really need to think about where we want to be in the future and not just want to repeat where we used to be. So, in this presentation, we'll talk about change, we'll talk about data, and I think data is absolutely key to understand where we stand and where we're going. So this is what I will bring to today's program, some data. So let's talk about it. What kind of data am I going to present? Just a few words about Forward Keys. We're a travel analytics company, and we are specialized in air travel. In a nutshell, what we can do is tell you who will be flying where and when. How do we do this? Well, we collect information both from the demand side and the supply side of the market. On the demand side, we look at what people search for prior to booking their trip using meta search engines. We look at the bookings that are being made via global distribution systems. We have partnerships with pretty much all of them worldwide. And we also look at tickets being issued thanks to our special partnership with IATA. Given that booking is made now for a trip to take place in the future, we have a pretty good understanding of how future travel will look like. On the supply side, we also know what which routes airlines are planning to fly, and with how many seats, what kind of planes, etc. So this completes the whole picture. So now that we're all a bit more familiar with the data, what can this data tell us about where the Asia-Pacific region stands at the moment? And I want to start with the global picture, just so that we can all see where Asia fits into this grand scheme of things. This is where we were back in 2022. At the end of the year, a sector that was already on its way back, but a recovery that was also very unevenly spread across the world. Asia Pacific, which reopened much later than the rest, was clearly lagging behind, 74% behind in terms of international air arrivals, while the rest of the world was within a range of minus 20 to minus 35%. Big differences between the Middle East, that really experienced recovery on steroids, I would say, thanks to major events like the Dubai World Expo or the FIFA World Cup, and Europe, at the other end of the spectrum, that was negatively impacted by the war in Ukraine. But more or less, even recovery trends in the other parts of the world than what we could see in Asia Pacific. So the question is, how long will it take for Asia to catch up? This is how the first half of this year looks like. So here we're combining bookings for the first quarter of the year. This is the past, and bookings for the upcoming 3 months. As you can see, there's a very clear global recovery pattern, and Asia Pacific is making a very strong comeback. Yes, it's still lagging behind, but this is a major improvement compared with where we were just a few months ago. And as you will see during this presentation, behind those red figures, there are some green figures as well. The fact that globally the region is still lagging doesn't mean that some markets have not strongly reactivated and that some destinations are not already pretty much back on track. The Middle East is the first region this year, this first half of the year, that will switch from recovery to growth just by 1%, but this is a very strong sign. And all the other world regions are also on their way up. In terms of countries, we can see a very clear pattern. Besides the example of Saudi Arabia, which is positively impacted by the religious calendar, the Ramadan taking place a little bit earlier this year, all the other destinations show a very strong interest for sun and beach destinations. Portugal and Mexico are two destinations that are already switching from recovery to growth. Spain, Turkey are also very close from getting back to where they were in 2019. So as you can see, there is a very clear recovery trend. The representatives of the Asia-Pacific region are the United Arab Emirates and India, but as you can see, there's still a clear difference between the rest of the world and Asia when looking at these top destinations. In terms of origin markets, which are the key countries that have started to rebound and that are feeding the recovery, fueling the recovery? Clearly, the US is leading the way. It's been like that since the very beginning. It's a market that is extremely dynamic and that is actually growing compared with 2019. And one of the key patterns we can identify when looking at the US market is that we have not only more people flying, but people who tend to belong more to the affluent traveler segment. I'll tell you more about this in a few minutes. They tend to travel in slightly bigger groups than in the past with their families. And they also tend to stay longer, meaning more money in your pocket for less travelers to handle, and that sounds like a very interesting market to look into. So if it's not at the top of your list for marketing campaigns, maybe it's time to reconsider. Spain is also getting very close to where it was in 2019 as an outbound market, and Canada is also going strong. So North America is clearly a hotspot for international travel. Zooming in on the Asia-Pacific region, we can see three categories. First of all, well, let's say the destinations, the part of the world that's in high recovery mode, medium, and low. In high recovery mode, we've got South Asia. We'll zoom in on specific countries in a second, but the point here is that it's a region that has reopened earlier than the rest. Then we've got Southeast Asia and Oceania, and Northeast Asia is that part of the continent that's still a bit lagging behind. So, in terms of countries, how are specific countries performing? This is where we can see very strong results for South Asian destinations. Pakistan and Bangladesh are very close to 2019 levels, almost there. India is also catching up. In the case of Pakistan and Bangladesh, when looking at the origin countries of international travelers, we realize that we're looking here at a lot of VFR travel, so visit to friends and relatives, migrant workers in many cases, coming from Middle Eastern countries. The first really strong leisure destination in this ranking is the Maldives, and it's performed extremely well. This is a country that started to recover quite early in the game and that has been able to tap into the affluent traveler segments worldwide. We'll see how that looked like on the Russian market, for example. India, we'll talk about it some more in a few minutes as well, and we'll also zoom on some of the other countries. So I'll switch to the next slide and talk a bit about China, which is the, I was about to say the elephant in the room. It's the dragon in the room, and it's a dragon that has just reawakened. How does this reawakening looks like? The first point I'd like to stress is that each time travel restrictions were lifted or travel was eased from China, we saw a boost in travel demand, which means that there is pent-up demand. We can see it here. When China announced the reopening, we had a boost in travel demand. When China actually reopened, we had a strong growth week on week. And when China announced the resumption of group tours to a number of destinations, we had another surge of bookings from China. So what's going wrong here? Air capacity, air connectivity, which is still not where it should be. We'll see this in just a few minutes. But let's first look at those destinations that are reaping the benefits of this reactivation of air travel from China. And what we can see here is, again, a very clear pattern. Chinese travelers are mainly going to destinations that facilitate their trips. What does that mean? Well, it means being on the list for permitted group tours. More than half of the destinations you see on this list, on this ranking, are on the list. And the other key element is relaxed entry regulations for Chinese travelers. Visa on arrivals or visa-free, that clearly helps. Now, you will notice a number of destinations on this list who are neither on the group permitted list nor have visa facilitation. That's Japan, South Korea, the US, to name just a few. Those destinations can rely on very strong demand for VFR travel. And this is what we can see here. That's why they are on this list. Macau is, out of all the destinations, the closest to where it was pre-COVID. It's a destination that reopened much faster for Chinese travel, and there's also the convenience of the location and the similar culture that boosts travel demand from China. So clearly a destination to keep an eye on and our clear candidate for the first destination fully recovering on this market. I mentioned the issue of air connectivity. That was a bottleneck. You can see it here very clearly. Here we're looking into the future. What are airlines planning to fly? How many seats do they intend to bring to the market? The first line that attracts our attention is the blue one. But hey, this is connectivity with Africa and the Middle East. And to be fair, it's not such a big deal for the Chinese market. It represents only 6% of overall connectivity. So thanks to the aggressive posture of Middle Eastern carriers, connectivity is back. But this is not where the bulk of the traffic takes place. The bulk of the traffic takes place with the Asia-Pacific region, more than 80% of overall capacity, and this capacity is still more than 50% below where it was pre-COVID. So those planes may be full, but there's just not enough of them to even hope for a full recovery of this market. In the case of Europe, we're in a similar situation. The thing is that with the war in Ukraine, European carriers are not able to fly over Russia, which means that connecting Europe and Asia has become more difficult, it takes longer, and it's just more expensive. So here is a reason why this connectivity has not fully resumed. And in the case of the Americas, connectivity between China and the Americas, I think that due to geopolitical tensions, neither US carriers nor Chinese carriers are in a hurry to re-establish this connectivity. And as we will see very soon, this is a great opportunity for South Korea and for Seoul in particular. Due to the fact that connectivity is lagging behind, travelers are really having a very strong preference for direct flights. They don't want to connect. If they do connect, then travelers from China will connect via either Hong Kong, Seoul, or Dubai. But as you can see here, all of those airports are still very much lagging behind when it comes to the Chinese market, simply because the volumes are not even close to where they used to be. I mentioned an opportunity for Seoul. You can see it very clearly here. Seoul has managed to re-establish connectivity with North America and with the US in particular, and he's re-establishing connectivity with the rest of the Asia-Pacific region and with China in particular, which means that it's increasingly being used as a place to transfer between China and the US. As a matter of fact, here in terms of transfers, we see growth, 16% more transfers than pre-COVID. This offers great business opportunities for travel retailers and duty-free operators active at the Seoul airport. Now let's focus on South Korea. And the first thing I'd like to stress is that even though South Korea is still lagging behind in terms of international travel, 38% below 2019 levels for the first half of this year, it's overperforming compared with the rest of the region. Remember, the region is at minus 49%. Second point, which is quite important, is that Seoul is overperforming on all fronts. It's the top performer when it comes to international travel, and that's key because it hosts more than 90% of all international arrivals in South Korea. But hey, it's also doing extremely well in terms of domestic travel. As a matter of fact, domestic arrivals are even higher than where they were pre-COVID. And this is key, because during the pandemic, we saw a very strong dynamism from the domestic market. But we all saw this as a compensation for the fact that international travel was not possible. But now that international travel is possible, we can still see strong interest for domestic travel. Look at what's happening in Jeju or in Busan. Here again, we have results that are very, very close to where they were in 2019. So this is great for the recovery of the country, the fact that it can both count on international travel and domestic travel. And actually, zooming in further on what international travel means, we can see a very, very clear difference between intra-regional travel and extra-regional travels. By extra-regional travel, I mean people flying from outside of the Asia-Pacific region. In fact, when zooming in on extra-regional travel and taking all traffic into account, we can see growth on a number of key markets. Look at France, the UK, Canada, Germany, the US. All of these countries are actually growing compared with where they were pre-COVID. So you may not see this when looking at the big picture. Hey, yeah, we're 38% below 2019 in terms of international arrivals. But those extra-regional markets are going strong. And that's something I believe the travel industry should have on its radar, because there is good business to be made here. And when zooming in even further, looking at specific travel segments, we can see that all segments are growing. Yes, the visits to friend and relative segment is the most dynamic, but leisure is growing by 15%, business by 10%, and groups by 6%. So there are some great business opportunities here to be seized, once more, when looking at those extra-regional markets, which are people who tend to stay longer and spend more. I've mentioned this already, so I'll go very quick on this. Seoul as a hub. Here you can see this displayed on the table. The connectivity between the Americas as a whole and Asia Pacific as a whole has increased. Seoul is in a much stronger position than where it was pre-COVID when it comes to being where it should be in terms of air connectivity. So there are some lessons to learn from this, I believe, in terms of marketing, because more people transferring via your country means also more opportunities for stayovers, and maybe there's something to be done here from a destination perspective. Connectivity in South Korea is supported by strong dynamism from Korean airlines. Here I'm looking at both legacy carriers and low-cost carriers. Low-cost carriers being a bit more dynamic in bringing back air connectivity to the market, but the legacy are also going strong. What you can see here on the charts in yellow is the level of reactivation of Korean airlines compared with non-Korean airlines, and you can see that it's really a key asset for the destination to have so many airlines being active and trying to bring travelers back to South Korea. Now let's zoom out a bit to look at the big picture again and focus on what has changed, key changing trends. I've already alluded to this. There's a recovery that's taking place at different speed, and it's taking place at a much faster speed when looking at premium travel. So affluent travelers, how do we define affluent travelers using our data? It's basically the people sitting at the front of the plane, flying business or premium. These are growing much faster than they used to be. Their share is going is increasing much more than economy. Economy segment is still very, very much lagging behind. So some good opportunities there. And when zooming in on those specific premium travelers, we can see that based on where they come from, they may have a high level of reactivation or a low level of reactivation. Here we're focusing on the top performers. As you can see, travelers from Canada and from the US are actually more than they used to flying to the Asia-Pacific region. In the case of Canada, I think there's something to be done here in terms of marketing, because it's a country, Canada, where inflation has been lower than in neighboring countries like the US, for example, which means that people have a bit more disposable income. And look at travel from Canada to South Korea, it's booming. Why? Not only because travelers from Canada still have good disposable income, but also because in terms of fares, South Korea has become much more attractive than what it used to be in the past. Fares have exploded. So if you're traveling from Canada and you're trying to reach a destination in Asia, fares, looking at fares over the past 3 months, are about 70% above where they used to be pre-COVID. Hey, that's why the business segment, the affluent segment is resisting the most. It's become much, much more expensive to take a plane. But when looking at fares from Canada to South Korea, they've only increased by 20%. That means that South Korea is in a much stronger competitive position than where it used to be, and this is what we can see in the figures. Business travel was a bit lagging behind towards the end of the year in terms of reactivation. This is changing. Business travel is catching up, and what we can expect towards the end of Q2 is for both business and leisure to grow back at a similar trend and get closer and closer to 2019 levels. The pattern that I already mentioned, that said that on a worldwide scale, sun and beach destinations were the ones recovering the fastest. This is also valid for the Asia-Pacific region, as you can see on this table. And one more thing about air connectivity, I think it's one of the key changes we all need to have on our radar. It's changed so much that some airports that used to be absolutely key for the region are clearly falling down. In our data, you can see this with Hong Kong, for example, that has strong difficulties in getting back to where it used to be. And some others have really managed to gain market share. Take Singapore, for example. It has a much, much bigger market share than the one it had pre-COVID. And Seoul is also in a similar situation, meaning that it has created for itself new opportunities for growth. Let's talk a bit more about opportunities and risks. I think the main risks, by now, this should be clear to everybody, is that air connectivity is not being built back at the speed the travel industry in the region would wish. It's still very much lagging behind when it comes to intra-regional travel. You can see, even looking into the future, that it's still 30% below where it used to be pre-COVID. while extra-regional connectivity is only 20% below 2019 levels. For travel to be fully back to where it was, we need more planes. And that is a responsibility for airlines operating in the Asia-Pacific region, but also for airlines operating outside of the region. I'm thinking of European carriers in particular, who still are struggling with staff issues that create a bottleneck. We trust at Forward Keys that air connectivity will come back, but unfortunately not as fast as we would all wish for. Some countries in the Asia-Pacific region have managed to build connectivity back at a very high speed. This is the case for India, for example, which is only 9% below where it was pre-COVID. And you will have seen this in the news, I'm sure. Air India has started to invest in more and more aircraft, which will strengthen the position of India within the region. That means more travelers flying to India, and we've seen this in the figures already. India is one of the destinations in the region that has reactivated the most for inbound tourism. But it's also a great opportunity for countries within the Asia-Pacific region to tap into the Indian market, which is very large and which has a strong middle class, which is eager to travel. So where are Indians flying to at the moment? Here you can see the destinations which have reactivated the most on the Indian market. In the case of Vietnam and Indonesia, we've got some representatives of this country is in the room today. We can see that there is already growth on the Indian market compared with pre-pandemic, so that's quite encouraging. And South Korea is also very close to pre-pandemic levels. So again, some interesting opportunities here within the region. I believe governments and destination marketing organizations can make a difference in speeding up the recovery. And I'd like to talk about two destinations that have made a lot of noise when communicating on their recovery plans. The first one here is Hong Kong. You've all heard of the Hello Hong Kong campaign. The question is, does this work? So within the framework of this campaign, 500,000 air tickets will be given away, free of charge, by three key carriers in Hong Kong. It's still not 100% clear how those tickets will be given away. There will be different approaches, lucky draws, maybe a buy one, get second one for free. It's still work in progress. But the point is that from the moment Hong Kong communicated on the fact that it would launch this campaign, travel intent surged. And by travel intent here, we're talking about flight searches for trips to Hong Kong. And when looking at where those travelers searching for trips to Hong Kong came from, we can see that they mainly came from Asia, which is logical because this is the main target of this campaign. So consumers got the point, the message was well received, and we could see a spike in searches and also a spike in new tickets. But hang on, those are not the free tickets that are being given away. Those are tickets that people will pay for. But because they got the message that Hong Kong was reopening, that the industry was ready to host more travelers, welcome them back, they decided to book their trip. So I think it's very interesting what happened here. And that's also the conclusion I would draw from the experience that is taking place in Taiwan. Here again, we had strong communication from the destination on the fact that they were eager to welcome back international travelers and they would actually give money away to those travelers. How this will work, we don't know. This is still work in progress. But because they have communicated on this fact, on this campaign, they have managed to significantly boost travel intent. You can see it here. The week this communication took place, we saw a surge in searches, and since then, search levels have remained at a very high level. This means that destinations have a key role to play in the recovery process and that they can clearly accelerate recovery, either by engaging in smart communication and marketing campaigns, or, as we've already mentioned in the case of the Middle East, by going the event route, because events are back and they make a difference. So, one more thing on the region and key performers in the region. Vietnam, I think, is a really interesting country to keep an eye on. Just like India, it's getting very close to where it was pre-COVID. Booking volumes are still a little bit low towards the end of Q2. So this trend, sorry, I'm having difficulties getting that one right, should be taken with caution, but it seems that both domestic and international travel will be pretty much back to where they were pre-COVID towards the end of Q2. Here again, a very positive sign of recovery for this destination, because it was relying heavily on domestic travel. And now that it has reopened, it has managed to keep a high level of domestic travel while at the same time attracting more and more international visitors. Last but not least, travel from Russia. We can clearly see here that travel from Russia has collapsed when looking at the economy class. That's the orange line. So Russian travelers traveling economy are just not traveling abroad anymore. But the affluent class is still traveling. Since the beginning of the year, less than what it used to do, but still, they are traveling. And when looking at where they're going, we can see that they're heading a lot to Asian destinations. Thailand is increasing very strongly on this affluent Russian traveler segment. The Maldives as well. So here is a market to keep an eye on if you want to boost revenue by targeting some affluent travelers, having in the end much less destinations available to them as they used to in the past. So, key takeaways to wrap up this keynote. First of all, travel recovery is happening, and it is set to continue in 2023. So don't despair, international travelers are coming back. Second, the reopening of China is also happening. There is strong pent-up demand, but the main bottleneck to recovery is air capacity, and that's something to keep working on. Premium travel has reactivated the strongest and gives great opportunities for travel professionals to recuperate in terms of revenues faster than in terms of volumes. And maybe here is one of the keys to sustainability, bringing in less people, but people spending more at your destination. Fourth takeaway, key bottleneck for the region is air capacity within Asia Pacific, and we need to take into account the fact that connectivity overall has changed and that hubs have changed. Places where people transfer, and this creates new business opportunities, especially in the case of Seoul. And last but not least, destinations have tools to make a difference. So it's important to learn from each other and see what works, what doesn't work, to make smart decisions and bring international travelers back to your destination. So all in all, I think there are some really good reasons to be cautiously optimistic about international travel and travel in general to the Asia-Pacific region. I believe destinations can really make a difference. It's not all in the cards already, and it's all about being smart and using data in the most efficient way. So I wish you good luck with kickstarting travel recovery in your respective destinations, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
And now that was a presentation by Vice President Mr. Olivier Ponty of Forward Keys. I believe that he has given us verification and some conviction that demand is picking up in the tourism sector. So it was good to see some numbers and some graphs breaking down into different countries. So thank you very much for the presentation. And now moving on to our second presentation of session 1. It will be delivered by Mr. Lee Ung-hee, the founder and CEO of H2O Hospitality. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he will be discussing the case studies of digital transformation by sector. And by sector, we mean travel agencies, hotels, and OTAs. With that, I believe he's already ready. So please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name's Ung-hee Lee. You can call me John. I'm the founder and CEO of H2 Hospitality. It's an honor to be here and hope what we're doing to the hospitality industry is actually can help you guys in your own countries as well. So H2O Hospitality is the largest tech-based hospitality management company in Korea and Japan. And what we're trying to do is to actually make hotels and resorts more sustainable. I was very impressed and I was very touched by what Fiona mentioned beforehand about the ESG as well. But I would like to emphasize a little bit more on a survival of being a sustainable within a hospitality industry, because during the pandemic, our industry, tourism industry, was hit the most. And in fact, a lot of companies in the private sector went bankrupt. And one of the reasons behind that was actually how our industry, our companies, and our overall operation value chain was very outdated, and also the overall dynamic between the third-party sales channels and the properties itself is still very distorted. So we're currently managing around 40,000 units in 5 different countries in Asia. We're opening our first hotel in the Middle East this year, around June or July. Most of our properties are 5-star hotels and resorts, luxury hotels and resorts. However, we do have like vacation rentals, full villa, or like service apartments, all sorts of property sectors under our platform as well. So what are we doing? We're actually solving the 2 biggest problems that hospitality industry had for a very long time, still has. So the first problem is a very old-fashioned and inefficient operation value chain. Hotels seem very like luxury from front end, but if you actually look into it, a lot of the operation itself is still very similar to almost like 60, 70 years ago. So a lot of paperwork, a lot of manual processes. So we're actually trying to automate a lot of those stuff and digitize a lot of the data internally. So what we're trying to do is that the core aspect, the core value of hospitality industry and hospitality service itself is actually not the manual service, right? It's actually giving the hospitality to the guests. So we're actually making the hoteliers focus more on the core value rather than typing in, keying in, managing different manual stuff during your operation value chain. The second part is actually getting more serious even after the pandemic as well. So the online travel agencies and the hotels currently are in a very dangerous situation, I believe. It's a global problem, and over 60%, 70% of the total revenue volume from the hotels currently come from online travel agencies. It's great being diversifying your different sales channels. I believe it's a very healthy growth, but the dependency upon them is actually getting larger and larger. And the reason behind that is because OTAs do not share the guest information, the guest data with the hotels. So if you book Marriott Hotel or Hyatt Hotel through Booking.com, Booking.com does not send your information to Hyatt. That's why you have to go to the front desk, write it all down that you already inputted during your booking through the online travel agencies. But the problem is those data that you physically wrote or through the tablet does not identify yourself going forward, unless you're a member. But most of the time, you're not a member. So the hotels cannot actually do a proper client relationship management, CRM, because they do not have the data, which means it's extremely hard for them to promote direct booking volumes from their end. That's why they have to spend more money and be more dependent upon these third-party online travel agencies or offline travel agencies. So one thing that I would like to emphasize today is the term digital transformation. It's been used left and right all over many different industries, but especially for our industry, the term digital transformation is being used in a too generic way. And how hotels and resorts are approaching digital transformation is very fragmented. It's actually not based upon the purpose of why you're doing digital transformation. It's actually based more on the action itself. So for example, having a robot within your hotel, it looks great. It actually solves some sort of the operation problem of hotels, but does it change how hotels are being operated? Does it change the value chain of how hotels should be operated? It does not. So what I'm trying to focus and what I'm trying to tell you guys today is that if you actually want to define digital transformation within your country for the hospitality industry, I really wish that you define clearly what your purpose is behind, so that it actually changes and actually helps the hotels to be operated. And how H2O is currently approaching ourselves in terms of digital transformation for our hotels in Korea and Japan is changing how hotels are being operated, changing the overall value chain. I'll explain a little bit further later. And the second part is bringing back the data control itself from the third party to yourself so that you can actually do a proper CRM yourself so that you can promote your direct booking volume larger, which means the overall hotel operation becomes much more healthier, and then it becomes more sustainable from the industry perspective and a company perspective as well. So our product is called H2O Flow. It's consisted of 4 different modules that is directly connected with the ERP system of hotels called PMS. Most of PMS locally and globally are our official partner of H2O. For example, like Oracle Hospitality, the Opera PMS, is also one of our partners as well. So this is how, from the reservation to like checkout, is currently happening within hotels. So even if you book your hotel through your mobile phone, the information of the reservation data itself flows in a different format, and it actually goes to this physical department called reservation department. And this reservation department, they are actually very strong internally because they control the room blocks, but over 80% of their job is actually receiving the information, reservation information, personally keying that in, and then to prevent the double booking or to promote a package processes. A lot of their job is actually focused more on the manual purposes and paper-based purposes. And what we're providing to these physical departments and the hotels is to actually automate all those stuff so that they can actually focus more on how we should promote our hotel to a third-party sales channel, or how can we package ourselves so that we can promote our direct booking volume, and how, I mean, who you should target directly for the specific packages. So we are actually changing the overall processes of how hotels are being operated. So I'll actually show you the before and after of the operation changes and also the P&L changes for the hotels as well in the case study section. But what we're trying to achieve is being more sustainable from the operating perspective. So this is how we are currently receiving a lot of the action data and the personal information of the guest for the hotels. So what we do, so a lot of hotels actually try to get inside the guest's own smartphone, but a lot of them actually have failed. They try to put kiosk, they try to put tablet, they try to put third-party smartphone inside the room. They actually try to make you download an app, but they all failed. And one of the main reasons they all failed was because nobody was using it. The usage rate of one of the major hotels' application is actually below 3%, which means the hotel is losing 97% of the guest data. They are still using a lot of the reward point for the hotels, but the actual usage rate of the application itself is extremely low. And if you think about it, unless you're not a traveler, frequent traveler that travels like over 100 days a year, why would you download an application to open the door or use amenities? So what we have done was we actually got inside the guest's daily used chat apps. If you're a smartphone user, you at least use one of the chat apps. And we created an AI-based front end with the major chat app companies to create a business account of the hotels that you can actually book, check in, check out, do the KYC, and also process the payment and reservation of every single facilities inside and outside of the hotels and resorts, which allows us, when I say us, hotels, to collect the action data that happens throughout the stay. So this is really important because none of the hotels can actually do this. Because if you go to one of the spa in a hotel, the payment amount is recorded, but John used spa on this date is not being recorded because the system's not connected at the moment. So hotel does not know that you actually prefer the spa. So an additional part is transitioning from non-member to a member of the hotel. Currently, hotels are spending a lot of money to actually onboard one member. They use like $500, $600 to actually convert non-member to a member of the hotel. And we actually decreased that number to like 50 cents. And the reason we could do that was just by going through the check-in process that we provide for the hotels, they become the member of the hotels. We have synced the data, personal data. Oh, of course, we received the agreement, but you also give the agreement during your check-in at the front desk, writing on a paper. You sign it, right? That means you're giving the data to the hotel. But hotels, they do not have that internally because if I'm not a member, if I check in today to Hyatt, if I check in again a week later, there will be exactly same John Lee as a two different guests, unless you manually merge the data, which rarely happens. So once you check in, you become the member, so your unique identification number occurs. And under that, every single action that you do inside the resort and outside the resort, we actually digitize the tickets for the tourist attractions as well. So museums, water parks, ski resorts, rental cars can be included within your daily chat app. that you use, whatever the chat app that you guys use, like WhatsApp, Line, Kakao, Zalo. So we collect those data and we come up with a customer journey of the individual guests, which actually can target individual guests based on their preferences. Because a lot of the hospitality tech companies out there at the moment, they say they do a digital marketing, but it's actually not a targeted marketing. I'm sure you got, like most of you guys received an email from hotels about promotions, like winter promotion, summer promotion, Valentine's Day promotion. I might not like Valentine's Day, but I still receive that email because they don't know what I like, but they do have my email address. But even that email address might be fake if it comes through booking.com. So what we're doing on behalf of our hotels is that we're filtering the guest data so that it's not the third party's data anymore, it's actually hotels, and we help them process the actual meaningful data that happens during the stay. What this person likes through their customer journey so that we can identify individual guests so that we send the promotion. So if I had 3 steaks, played a golf, used a spa, John Lee will be receiving specifically just for John Lee, saying that for your next stay, we'll give you a direct booking room rate with 3 free steaks, 50% on your spa, 30% on your golf. So that's what we can do and we have been doing in order for hotels to actually increase their direct booking volumes more. So let's just go straight to the case study. So we've been growing, ironically, we actually have been growing extremely fast since the pandemic. So before pandemic, the industry still had the 2 problems that I have aforementioned. But especially for the larger hotels, like luxury hotels, when I explained about H2O product, most of the feedback was, this is great, we really need this, but not now. Because they were already making a lot of money, even with these 2 problems, on the back of a steep growth of global tourism market on the back of LCC, low-cost career. So because the flight price decreased, more people were traveling much more often. So hotels were getting all the advantage of that. But as soon as the pandemic hit, these guys were the ones who suffered the most. So the realization of needing the digital transformation, even though nobody can really define it, became a major thing. Because they only had 2 options. Either you shut down for a while, or you continue to operate while losing a lot of money. But we were able to provide them a third option: change your operation value chain through our DT, and then you can be more sustainable going forward. So normally, we triple as soon as we go in. Within 6 months, we triple the direct booking volume. We increase the conversion rate of the retention because first, initially, you can come through the third-party sales channel, but once you go through the check-in process, you become the member and the retention. And also have been increasing the revenue and the profit of the hotels as well. So I'll give you an example of one Korean resort. It's a 5-star resort, one of the most famous brands these days locally. They currently manage around like 1,500 rooms. So their weekly sales and weekday occupancy rate increased a lot through our platform. But the more important part is actually the change in the direct booking volume. So before H2O, their direct booking volume was only 12%. And the third-party sales, including OTA, offline travel agencies, sales agents, third-party B2B, was over almost 80%. But now, direct booking volume is almost at a 50% level. So what we're trying to say is that we're not trying to take over what OTAs are doing. What we're trying to provide to the industry is there has to be a balance, a healthy balance, in order for all of the company and all the industry to be more sustainable, so that these hotels do not go bankrupt once the pandemic might come, hopefully not, but can come again. So the direct booking rate increased almost 300%. Direct booking rooms increased 600%. Direct booking revenue also increased 600%. And the OTA total sales decreased, and the marketing also decreased a lot, because you have to pay less OTA commissions, less sales and marketing expenses, because whatever the promotion that you create as a hotel is decided internally. It's not a third party. However, we do provide the data whom you should be targeting what kind of promotions. So these are some of the feedbacks that we have been getting from our clients, and these are some of the hotels that we are currently managing. So thank you so much for your time today, and hopefully I have delivered the purpose of what digital transformation means to H2O, and also how the hotels should be operated in the very near future, because it is changing extremely fast. It's actually changing much faster than I expected. The adaptation of the H2O flow from the property perspective and also the guest perspective, because the guests are becoming smarter and smarter. They know it's cheaper to go direct. Because hospitality industry is actually, personally think, it's the latest in terms of the direct to customer, D2C. Because other industries, it's already happening. Like for example, Shopify, like e-commerce, Shopify has larger transaction volume already compared Amazon, who is the largest e-commerce agent. So it is happening, and I believe it is the future. So hopefully this becomes a market norm in the near future, so that we all can be more sustainable within our industry. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lee Woong-hee, or Mr. John Lee, for that enlightening presentation. So the hospitality sector, as we all know, was hit hardest among our tourism industry during COVID-19. But as Mr. Lee has just mentioned, his company actually grew multiple folds during COVID. And that was thanks to the digital transformation that he had acquired. And I believe that he was able to persuade you on the benefits of digital transformation, which is also a trend, a big trend in multiple industries these days. I'm sure that it will now become a market norm now that he has been able to win you over with his great presentation. I'm sure that you will have more questions to follow. So if you do, please feel free to contact Mr. Lee for further updates on how you can access his services. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more agenda item before lunchtime, and that is our panel discussion. So for our panel discussion, we will be bringing up some of our panel discussants, and for the theme, it will still be our first session, so it will be the changes in the tourism market. And if you do have any questions, please feel free to address them directly to some of our presenters during our lunch. And for the time being, we will bring up our moderator as well as our two presenters and some panel discussants as well. Please allow us a little bit more time to set the stage, and then we will bring up our moderator, our two presenters, and two more of the 9 participating countries. and then we will move on to our panel discussion. So our moderator today will be Professor Hwang Young-hyun of Donga University. We also have our two presenters, our Vice President, Mr. Olivier Ponty of Forward Keys, Mr. Lee Ung-hee, the founder and CEO of H2O Hospitality. And from the 9 participating countries, we have Mr. Chairman Dastan Rizbekov of the Tourism Industry Committee of the Ministry of Culture and Sport of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and Director General Thong Rataskak of Cambodia. They are now making their way up onto the stage. Please give them a warm round of applause. I believe they're now located up on stage. Without further ado, I'd like to pass the microphone over to our moderator. Professor Hwang, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Young Hwang. I'm a professor at the Donga University. I'm very honored to be moderator for today's session. We just started first session. Before the panel session, we had a very wonderful keynote speech from Fiona, actually intriguing the necessity to think of environment and future, not only for our generation, but also for the next generation as well. Continuing to the panels, the keynote speech, we also have very interesting panel sessions. Olivier actually mentioned about the tourism demand changes, and he shares very positive changes he observed. And I'm very delighted to know those changes happening, especially in Asia-Pacific region. John actually bring another very interesting insight for the digital transformation. It's not only just for the digital transformation we used to talk about, but he bring back, a new perspective, how we have to see the digital transformation in the hospitality industry in the future, I think. We also have 2 panelists, one from Kazakhstan, Dastan Rizbekov, and we have another panelist from Cambodia, Thong Laktasak. Okay, here is I like to do. We've been heard very interesting panel presentation. So I would like to ask 2 representatives from different countries share the current status of their own country, in terms of tourism demand change and digital transformation. And each of you, we still, because we are fighting with the lunchtime, so I can only give you 5 minutes most. So let's start with Mr. Thong Laktasak.
Hello. Okay. Well, it's before noon, so it's still good morning. Again, good morning to all of you. And actually, when I look at the comment or the question on this paper, some of my answer might be already highlighted with Oliver from Forward Key, and also Mr. Lee from the H2O. But thank you, Fiona, for your initiative on climate change. It's one of the ministry initiatives. By 2025, we should go green globally and also locally and domestically. And also for the digitalizations, we actually, Cambodia, as a Ministry of Tourism, we have gone through this transformation during the lockdown, and also for the easy payments, and also the new culture of the digital platform actually has occurred to our country. Just to go forward to STAT, because STAT is very important, and Oliver already mentioned STAT is actually a language of all change that actually will be participating, close to 1 million. So within, sorry, I apologize, close to 800,000. So within this recovery rate, we can see by the end of this year, we'll be at 65 to 80% recovery. As Oliver mentioned, that Asian Pacific will be recovered by 80%. and we are expected our full recovery by 2024, within the pre-pandemic era. For the tourism demand change, I think before I speak about this, let me go local first, because during this pandemic time, the local or the domestic tourism demand is actually higher than the international tourist arrival. So as you can see, I mentioned about the digitalizations, the price, the quality and services. As we know, it's required by the local tourists, but at the same time, price. Reflecting the 2021, we only received 200,000 international tourists, but the domestic tourists were at 7 million. So we start off strong in the middle of the pandemic and also the lockdown, but the domestic tourists actually have a strong recovery in terms of ecotourism, community-based tourism, and people actually live in Cambodia. They know their land best during the lockdown, and they actually found the landscape and the culture and the dynamic of Cambodian tourism culture truly to that language. So I think the people of Cambodia actually were not grateful for the pandemic, but they're grateful for the experience because of the pandemic. For the demand change in international tourists, as you know that in the region before the pandemic, we heavily rely on the big three in Asia, which is China, Korea, and Japan, which is encumber almost 45% of our source market. And then the rest probably will be in Asia Pacific and also the long haul market, the European and America. For the demand, this has been shifted for quite a bit because of the air connectivity. As you know, during the pandemic, we very having a hard time of getting any international flight coming into the kingdom. But at this point, we are at 35 destination city directly to the Kingdom of Cambodia with 12 countries. And also we serve around 495 direct flight per week. And this is number going to keep increasing. So in 2025, we will expect additional 3 more international airports to be opened in Cambodia. And we're probably going to be saying that by 2030 to 2035, we can exceed our projectile of receiving relatively 17 million international tourists and serving roughly around 15 million international domestic tourists.
So it is very nice to hear that you are recovering and plan for the future,
Yes.
even for the 2025. What about the current state of digital transformation in Cambodia?
The digital transformation, okay, we have to talk about domestic first because the international, it's have to deal with 2 things because the international tourists, for the digital transformation, they're looking for an easy way access remotely through a device. And that language can be speaking to them by the English language. For the local, mostly, like I said, I mentioned, would be a local domestic tourism first. So now there are, for the digital transformations, for example, if you're checking into a hotel now, we're not following the what Mr. Lee mentioning from the H2O, but we are using the bank system called ABA, which is the America Bank Association Group, which is backed up by the Canadian bank. They use a QR code. So everywhere you go now, instead of using the PayPal or whatever in China or whatnot, these banks can be used by remotely and also by access to the QR code. Even you can buy a bottle of water, you can scan the QR. Even in a corner of the coffee shop, you can just use your phone and then scan the QR code, which is you already registered in that particular bank. It's quite similar to China, but we're using the QR code system.
So can you understand that digital transformation is one trend Cambodia is pursuing to boost up the tourism in the future?
The transparency and digitalization will be implemented by the Minister of Telecommunication Personal Service by 2025 and 2030.
I see.
The entire Cambodia will be digitalized on the tourism.
That sounds great. Thank you very much for sharing
Thank you.
the information of the Cambodia. I will pass the microphone to the case of Kazakhstan. Chairman Dastan, could you share some information of Kazakhstan?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me express my gratitude to the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism of Korean Republic. And I think today's sessions will give impetus to the development bilateral and multilateral cooperation in development of our sector, tourism sector. As Olivier said, a pandemic period significant change structure of tourism sector. For example, revenues and expenditures of tourists change. For example, if in pre-pandemic time share of international expenditures in tourism sector was about 60% in our country, and domestic expenditures 40%. After pandemic period, vice versa. 40% for international tourists and 60% for domestic tourists. Change in demands of tourism sector provide to develop by the side government to conditions to development domestic tourism sector. For example, we introduced 7 measures of state support to the business in tourist sector. First of all is reimbursement of expenditures of business when business building touristic objects.
So do you see the quick recovery of tourist flow to your country after the COVID-19?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
For example, government reimburse 10% of business expenditures when business building new touristic objects.
Okay.
And we cover 25% when the business buying touristic bus. Also, we covered $20 expenditures for maintenance, sanitary and hygienical units, because we are a big country with small population, and there are many territories with small population, but with beautiful touristic locations, and maintenance of these hygienical units very expensive for business.
Chairman Dastan, do you have any information you want to share in terms of the digital transformation in tourism field in your country? Are you, do you think many international tourists are looking for the digital device when they travel in your country?
Yes, we in our country, for example, in the pre-pandemic period, 8 million international tourists visited Kazakhstan, but as show us 2022 number of international tourists was about 5 million. About 5 million, but for example, tourists which accommodate in hotels increase. For example, share of accommodated tourists in 2019 was about 15%. And in 2022, it was about 30%.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Please understand me a bit rush because we are a bit late of the schedule. Okay, I will ask our presenters to give some comments on the current status of two different countries. But I would like to ask John first. You've been heard the current status of digital transformation happening in Cambodia and Kazakhstan. Do you have any comments or anything you want to add on to, let's say, guide or help them to set the direction for the future in terms of the digital transformation in their country?
I would definitely start with how you are currently collecting your inbound and domestic tourist volume. I can only come from the accommodation side. I think Oliver here will have much more data in terms of the flights. But for example, the country that we're currently working with very closely are UAE and KSA, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the problems those two countries strongly voiced out when we had a meeting was they were actually very frustrated that they have been investing a lot of money to develop amazing hotels, but over 70%, over 80% of the total hospitality revenue was coming from one global OTA, which means those guys were taking most of the guests, the tourist data, and also in addition to that, they were taking 20% of the sales commission. So because either you can develop your own local OTA or local third-party sales channels that can promote data collection, but the best way is to actually go directly from the property perspective so that properties can collect their own data and to promote the client management themselves instead of being dependent upon on a third party. So I think that's the main aspect that most of the countries right now are thinking of but they don't really have a clear solution. So I would definitely start with what the current status of my country is, who's taking the most data, who's taking, because it will be spread it out. And from government perspective, it's always best to centralize everything so that you can monitor it at least, so that you can actually come up with a policy based on that data. So yeah, that would be my utmost advice, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, I think John actually brought up a very interesting new perspective looking at the digital transformation. But most of the countries, like developing countries, they are still in the stage of traditional notion of digital transformation. So they are looking at the digitalized facilities and how we can use the credit card instead of cash. Those are the issues at the moment. So for them, looking at the role of OTA or a new way of providing customer data to the hotel or property is a bit different notion, I think, at this moment. For that, I have a question for you. So do you think, those digitalization process, OTA model to the HTO model, so in order to reach to the HTO model, do you think that they need to go through the OTA model as well? They need to building up the experience of OTA model?
I would not call that an H2O model. I would call that more of a D2C, direct to customer platform, which we are one of the players to support the hotels. I'm sure, I think the key aspect here is what percentage of the population is currently using a smartphone. because you have to start with your domestic tourist first, and then you can expand that to the inbound. In some cases, you can actually depend more on the inbound tourists, where like over 80% of tourists, if it's like inbound and they all use smartphones, then you can start from there. But from the countries that we are expanding at the moment, most of the population already possess smartphone. And if you possess smartphone, you probably use at least one chat app, either global or local. So if you have that, then you can utilize those chat apps and then be dependent more upon the platform itself, not the agency. So because even if Booking.com is a huge agent, OTA, their MAU is very small compared to WhatsApp. So because you can target the larger platform to utilize and receive the data, I think the starting point should be figuring out the smartphone usage rate and then which chat app that you will be utilizing.
Okay, there are some countries which trying new things, and HTO I think suggest very good example of the relationship between direct customer and property managers. So from the developing countries' perspective, in terms of the digital transformation, you have two different models and at this moment. One is what he said, OTA, and the other one is H2O or D2C. So you can have benefits of two different models. And if you think of which one is more beneficial to the people and businesses in your country, and you can actually select and apply that earlier than used to be in other countries. So that's a good thing you can do. Let's go back to tourism demand changes. So you've heard, Oliver, you've heard positive recovery for both Cambodia and Kazakhstan. Do you have any suggestions or any comments on both countries in terms of how they need to prepare for the near future at least?
I'll start with a general comment, and that is that I'm absolutely thrilled by what I've heard this morning. The examples you gave, what's happening in Kazakhstan, in Cambodia, the digital transformation which is underway. Hey, for someone like me, who's been advocating for the use of business intelligence and data for more than 20 years, and I've grown many white hair looking at how people were just not making use of this data revolution that was underway. And this is finally happening. And I think if there's one positive legacy from COVID, it's this, is that many businesses, many destinations have seen the light and have realized what the power of data was. Now, the risk is that from the moment you start developing new apps, new platforms, new services, you will start creating a mountain of data, and you don't know where to start for making use of it. So once you've got access to data, you really need to think of what you want to be able to do with this data. What kind of decisions can you make? How can you make a difference, and how can you use data to use your resources in a much smarter way? I think this is possible. I think what I've tried to show in the presentation, my presentation this morning, is that if you stay at a top level, you don't really spot opportunities. You need to be able to slice and dice the data so that you get to that level of granularity that makes it possible to target the right visitor, communicate in the right way, handle this visitor in the right way when he or she arrives at your destination. That's how you make a difference. That's how you also bring people to your destination that are going to add the most value. again, I think we need to switch from this volumetric approach, which is having more and more people coming to the destination, and we really need to start thinking about how we bring the right people, the ones that are going to give out the most in your destination. And I'm not just here talking about financial contribution, of course that's important, but we know that some visitors are generating negative externalities and some others are not. So how do you bring those right people, the visitors you want, to your destination? I think it's possible. I think it's more possible now than ever, thanks to all the new tools we have at our disposal. But it really requires, from the destination and business perspective, a different approach. And it also requires these destinations to empower their data analysts, to have the right manpower to reap off the benefits of having access to this data. So it's both a technical change, but also a change in terms of mindset that is required to reap the benefits of the data revolution.
Okay, thank you very much. I think what Oliver pointed out is the importance of the data, tourism data. So every country wants to boost up the tourism in different ways. But basic thing is we need to building up the tourist data, all the data we can use for the make a right decision. And some of what HTO is doing is that connecting those data from the customer to the property managers instead of going through the OTA. So also what HTO is emphasizing is the importance of data as well. So for that, we need to come up with how we can building up unique and only data of tourism in our region, in our city, or in our country. And in the future, in the near future, I agree with all of you, in the future, all the decision making will be based on the right amount of data and correct data. Without data, it's just hinge, just based on the experience. It's not a scientific decision. It could not be a scientific decision. For that, emphasis on the tourism data is very dramatically increasing, and all the countries should focus on how we collect tourism data for the future. Starting from today, building up and accumulate this data will be benefit for the future generation to see the changes and make a right decision. Okay, thank you very much for the very valuable comments. And I will ask 1 minute for each representative from Cambodia and Kazakhstan. Based on our discussion, is there any thoughts you want to share with us?
Yeah, actually I was gonna ask the forward key from Oliver. I know we have a minute, but in 2018, we were working with one of your representatives based in Singapore by the name of Jason. This is before the mass tourism, and we know that how many people will come in Cambodia in the next 3 months, 4 months, or a whole full year based on their booking system. But when I talked to Jason, I was asking Jason one particular question. How do I know exactly my tourist that coming to Cambodia, where exactly is he from? Not just from the continent or the country, but the address. Because for example, you take out from JFK, you might be from New Jersey. Your system was showing in 2018, the mass tourism that outbound from United States to come to Cambodia were actually from Atlanta, Georgia, not in O'Hare, Chicago, not in LAX, or nor in JFK. So the question is, if you know the statistic or the people who arrive in Cambodia from the continent of the United States, particularly from Atlanta, how can you say that this person is actually live in Atlanta or where they live in the surrounding area? And Jason was not be able to answer that question because one day he said that will be a dynamic research for Forward Key to be able to reach out to those households. Mm-hmm. If you can be able to reach out to those households, it will make my job a lot easier for marketing because I will send directly flyers from Cambodia to those mails. And then you will be receiving, not by the CNN or BBC, but you were getting a promotion material by the mailbox.
Somehow your discussion coming back to the importance of the data.
Yes.
Okay. As far as I understand, if I may, there are always issue of privacy and all those things. As a demander, data demander, we need more detailed information always. But as a data provider, they have to care about those issues, privacy issues. So we have to balancing those two aspects as well.
I just give a super quick answer. First of all, I think there's not one single source of truth. The travel sector is such a complex sector, so transversal, that if you really want to understand what's happening, you need to combine different sources of information so that you can get the global picture.
Okay.
That's first. And second, we're working on those other things.
Okay, Chairman Dastan, do you have any last comment for our discussion?
Thank you very much. Kazakhstan is located on 29th places on United Nations digital program. And in tourism sector, our population actively use different electronic devices and different applications. For example, in Kazakhstan, the most popular bank, I don't call the name of this bank, developed one application which might provide flexible access to travel to any country. And it's connected with other air companies, which greatly affects the restoration of data travelers among the most famous destinations. And to stimulate domestic tourism, we developed a program with name Kids Go Free. For example, when local kids, citizens of Kazakhstan, can be travel in Kazakhstan without payment for air ticket. Government pay amount of ticket for the children. For international tourists, we developed one application which called Ye-Qonak. Qonak is translation as guests in English. And when the guests accommodated in hotel, this system automatically registered international guests in migration organizations of Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's time to conclude our first panel session. So I'd like to thank you all the panelists and for your very informative discussion on the issue of tourism demand change and also digital transformation. I hope our discussion on this issue give audience some idea the new way to look at the term digital transformation, but also the new way to think of when you're coming back to the tourism demands before the pandemic. We have to think about, are you talking about back to normal or back to new normal? So it's going to be a continuing question for us to answer. Okay, again, thank you very much for your valuable information and discussion. So I will conclude this session, and I will pass the microphone to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give another big round of applause to our five participants and our moderator as well as panel discussants. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our panel discussion and all of the proceedings for our first session. Thank you very much for all of our audience at home and abroad, as well as our online audience as well. And from now on, we will take a break for our lunchtime. And we will resume at 2 p.m. with our second session titled Government Policies in Response to Tourism Market Changes. So those of you who are joining us online, please do enjoy your lunch break, and we will see you online at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen who are here with us offline, we will be providing lunch for you to your seats, so please remain in your seats for lunch. And as for the receivers, please leave them on the tables and we will be able to collect them. For the afternoon sessions as well, we also provide simultaneous interpretation. You will be able to use the receivers, the same ones that you did in the morning, so please leave them on the table and you will be able to use them again. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be provided to you in your seats, so please remain in your seats for Ladies and gentlemen, one more word of announcement, please. In just about 2 minutes, we will resume with our second session. We will start at 2 p.m. sharp, so we kindly ask you to please enter the hall and take your seats. We will now begin our second session. Our second session will be titled Government Policies in Response to Tourism Market Changes. And of course, we provide a simultaneous interpretation once again. So please enter the hall and take your seats. We will begin in just about a minute. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2023 Kopist High-Level Policy Forum. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and I am your MC for today. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch break, and now we are ready to resume with our session 2. Our second session, as mentioned, is dealing with government policies in response to tourism market changes. And as our first session, we will have 2 presentations and then move on to our panel discussions. And for the panel, for the presentations, we will first start off with Professor Joseph Cheer from the Western Sydney University on case studies of other government response policies. And then it will be followed by Professor Kang Min-jung with success cases where the tourism industry reflected ESG policies with Professor Kang Min-jung of Hallym University. But first and foremost, I would like to turn the floor over to Professor Joseph Cheer. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the warm welcome. I promise I won't be getting you to do any stretching or exercises after lunch, unless you fall asleep. I'd like to say a quick thank you, if I may, Ms. Cho, the MC. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you to Ms. Jess Kim for organizing this. It's a big task. Thank you also to the simultaneous translators at the back, Christine and Julia. I may not follow the script, so please forgive me in advance. I'd like to start by quickly introducing myself. I'm based at Western Sydney University in Australia, but I've only been there for a month. I was previously in Japan for about 4 to 5 years. So my talk will be based around both Australia and Japan. But before I go to the slides that I've prepared, you have all of the slides there. So if I run out of time, I will skip past some of them. But I also want to draw on what was said this morning as a way of leading into my presentation. Ms. Jeffrey raised some very important points and highlights the tensions we have between government, industry, communities. Ms. Jeffrey said we should be flying less. We should decarbonize. On the other hand, Mr. Ponti said we need more planes to see recovery occur. That premium travel is the way to go. That flying is going to become subject, in my own words, to your socioeconomic status and whether you can travel or not. It raises social justice and equity questions. Long-haul flying looks like it's coming to an end. As Mr. Ponti said, intra-regional flights are growing far more than long-haul flights. So maybe Asians will be traveling around Asia more rather than going to Australia or the US or to North America. Mr. Lee talked about the collection of guest data. We need more of your data, right? But that raises ethical questions about how much data we have of individuals and what we do with it. And the questions about increasing revenue and increasing profit seem to stand in stark contrast to the planet and its health. So that's a lead into what I'm about to talk about. And when we talk about policies and the paradigm shift, I ask myself, has the paradigm really shifted, or are we going back to where we've come from? So with that, I'll start the formal part of my presentation. As well as working for Western Sydney University in Australia, I'm the co-editor of one of the leading scientific journals in tourism research, Tourism Geographies. I'm also on the board of PATA, the Pacific Asia Travel Association, and I'm the new co-chair of the World Economic Forum's Global Future Council on the future of sustainable tourism. So, with that said, I'll draw on some of the things that I have written about and talked about in relation to policies and this paradigm shift that we are supposed to be undertaking. In 2020, when we were in the grip of the pandemic, I wrote this paper along with a couple of colleagues in New Zealand and Finland, where we asked the question, you know, we were already asking the question, when will we be able to return to travel? And back then, this is 2 years ago, we were talking about the vaccine as a silver bullet, right? To all of our problems when it comes to tourism. And we raised three questions, or three statements in regards to this. We said that attempts to reboot international travel on a wider scale have so far failed due to successive waves of COVID. But it almost seems like COVID is long behind us when we listen to the rhetoric. With borders closed, this is in 2020, I must add, because in order to know what we're doing going forward, I think looking back, having a glance backwards is important. With borders closed, many countries have put a focus on attracting domestic tourists. This has helped maintain economic stability in countries such as China and Japan. And in Japan, we had a massive campaign to keep people traveling around the country. We said back in 2020 that hopes for a swift recovery of international travel are pinned on this silver bullet, the rapid and widespread distribution of the vaccine. And now that the pandemic is behind us, or is it, we know that the restart of tourism has been slow and erratic, and that the sector and government policies were largely underprepared for a crisis of this magnitude. So the question that must be asked is, have we learned anything? And will we be better prepared for the next crisis whenever that happens? So we posed three questions in this paper that has deep policy implications. What travel regulations will prove effective? I think we've gone some way to get the answers for that now. How will airlines restart their businesses? And Mr. Ponti talked at length about how airlines are struggling to bring back capacity. And the last one, will traveller confidence return? Now, this is a very important question because will drive whether people are ready to travel again internationally. And I say that in particular reference to China and whether Chinese travellers have the confidence to return. Overall, we have seen that travel regulations driven by policy have been largely trial and error. In the face of rapid, unpredictable change, governments and industry have had to move fast to stay ahead of where the coronavirus path was, having to react hastily and sometimes mistakenly to its many unpredictable twists and turns, alongside and trying to manage the hysteria from their populations. Whether it came to government policy, underpreparedness was common and made worse by an inability to harness a common, collaborative, worldwide approach to dealing with the health and border urgencies that emerged. And the term vaccine equity was one of the main ones that came up in regards to that. Vaccine passports and non-discriminatory requirements were especially prominent, especially anti-Asian sentiment that was seen around the globe. Within countries, government policies, whether to support the tourism industry or not, and if so, what the best way to do this, included things like subsidies, direct cash support for employee wages, and vouchers to stimulate domestic tourism demand, or to do nothing, leaving tourism businesses to deal with the crisis themselves. We have seen how airlines are struggling to bring back supply and capacity, given the time lag in between making the decision to start flying again and the preparation of aircraft and crew, as well as complying with new aviation protocols. Aviation policy measures, national and international, seemed largely underprepared to deal with the crisis. So while we have seen a resurgence in countries that were quick to reopen during the Northern Hemisphere summer of 2022, this is not translated globally, with key markets in Asia, especially China and Japan, as Mr. Ponti also pointed out earlier, with work to do, especially to convince citizens that travels abroad should resume. China only opened its borders in January and Japan in October last year. The reaction of governments generally, after nearly 2 years of living with the pandemic, were based around the search for pathways that lead to rapid economic recovery and increased social engagement, while at the same time striving to maintain public health and pandemic protocols. A delicate balance, no doubt, with vast political and economic implications. The environmental implications of restarting tourism tended to fall behind all of this, and I'm sure Ms. Jeffrey would agree with that. As governments sought to revise border entry requirements, they recognized the urgency to reassure citizens that pandemic protocols were being exercised and that travelers weren't going to be carriers of contagion and were not going to be super spreaders, right? We saw this happen across the globe. And as I said earlier, in regards to the anti-Asian sentiment that came up. Consequently, policies at building confidence in destination communities and the tourism supply chain, as well as building the assurance of travelers to travel again, have been fundamental to policy responses. For the tourism supply chain, policies centered on economic assistance tried to address the sharp declines in employment and loss of wages and lost revenues of tourism enterprises. And of course, we now see that as the recovery takes place, there is a labor shortage, a chronic labor shortage in many countries. And we can't recover the tourism industry without addressing the labor shortages that we see. For the tourism supply chain, policies centered on economic assistance, as you would expect, try to address many of the failing businesses. And I think Mr. Lee mentioned that in hospitality, many businesses went under. For travelers, policies have generally been around incentivizing travel through sharp discounts and vouchers, free flights in Hong Kong and Taiwan, as was raised earlier. And pandemic protocols have become less onerous and costly. For international travelers like me, I was very pleased that the Korean government, as from the 1st of April, said that applying for one of those online visas was not necessary anymore. And this question is a really important one. You know, when will the next wave of whatever it is occur, and how will this reconcile with travel? There are some key comments and questions that I will pose that refer to ongoing factors that contribute to what is or isn't a paradigm shift. And I pose these questions. Has there really been a paradigm shift, or are we seeing a return to pre-COVID tourism patterns and tourist behaviors? I recall in the summer of last year, in 2022, many European countries, especially in the Mediterranean, were lurching from not enough tourism to too much tourism in a very short space of time. And the second point there was the demand for international travel has been dampened by multiple factors, of course. The Russia-Ukraine war continues to underline security concerns. The cost of international travel remains relatively high, and we see OPEC countries deciding to reduce the production of crude oil, which means higher prices of crude oil, and that undoubtedly has a flow-on effect onto tourism and the cost of travel. And then more recently, we look at this looming US-led global recession as a threat to global tourism. Who'd want to be a tourism business in these times, right? And this question is important. When will COVID stop being a global emergency, if it has at all? And we see the World Health Organization posing such a question. Can we say that the pandemic is behind us? Many researchers agree with the WHO's assessment, which I will put up there and I won't necessarily read. But the question that has to be asked is, what signal is it sending to the international travel community? What signal is it sending to researchers, to manufacturers and investigators developing new drugs and new vaccines? What signal does it send to tourism enterprises and investors in these tourism enterprises? Can we say that tourism has returned when the largest market for international tourism, China, remains subdued? Many of us have already discussed this question here today. In 2019, before the COVID outbreak, over 150 million mainland Chinese traveled abroad, which accounts for over 10% of the world travel population and 40% in the Asia Pacific. And another question that has to be asked, like a good professor, I ask lots of questions, I don't necessarily give you the answers, right? That's what my students always say. To what extent can measures to mitigate the spread of coronavirus be set to enable greater travel certainty about policies and destinations? This is what the World Travel and Tourism Council came up with when we were in the grip of coronavirus. Of course, traveling now, my observations are that people are starting to get used to it. On my flight from Sydney to Seoul, very few people were wearing masks, if at all. Quite a contrast to what we saw 6 months earlier. Another question we have to ask is, are some destination border entry requirements still too onerous? Of course, now we know that most countries have opened their borders. In most countries, a compulsory PCR test is no longer required. But there are still some countries with policies, such as in Japan, where if you're unvaccinated, you still have to do a test 72 hours before you depart. And the last point there is caution against international travel remains high for travelers. To what extent will confidence return, and by when, if at all? We see many forecasts put toward us. But when we talk about a paradigm shift, and perhaps for those who were around and who were able to discern this in the early 2000s, when we had the 9/11, September 11 incident, in my mind, that was the last time we had a major paradigm shift in travel. And I quote David Schaefer from National Public Radio in the US. He said, looking back, he said, back then we'd keep our shoes and coats on as we went through a simple metal detector, and virtually anyone could go right to the gate without a boarding pass or even showing an ID. He said, before 9/11, security was almost invisible, and it was really designed to be that way. It was designed to be something in the background that really wasn't that noticeable and did not interfere with the aircraft or airport operations. He also said that now travelers stand in long lines at security checkpoints with wait times that can exceed several hours. We take off our shoes, we empty our pockets, we take our laptops out and other devices out of carry-on bags before stepping into a high-resolution full-body scanner while our bags go through 3D imaging x-rays, right? A contrast to what happened 2 decades earlier. But we've got used to it, we've adapted. Further on that point about travel patterns changing, as Marcus Enoch and James Warren foreshadowed in a paper that they wrote recently, for governments, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to proactively shape how transport is delivered and used, and to support and promote the most effective transport modes. This is because the extreme and protracted nature of the measures introduced to fight the pandemic has forced us to reevaluate almost every aspect of how we live and travel, right? The question remains, how long will this be? And if we move forward now, and we stop looking backwards, we move forward to 2023, we see government responses have had to be swift, very often made on little long-running data, the type of which we saw our speakers speak about earlier today, and pivoting to meet rapidly changing context, especially the economic emergencies. We've gone from the pandemic emergency onto economic emergencies. Governments from countries where tourism makes a significant contribution to the national economy have had to balance optimizing border and public health measures while prioritizing economic recovery and addressing pandemic fatigue. And of course, in all of that, we haven't even mentioned the planet, right, and the situation the planet finds itself in. Government responses have focused on some of the following: adjustment of border entry requirements in keeping with public health measures or scrapping them altogether, implementing public health support for tourism, destination marketing to assure potential travelers that they are safe, and igniting the latent desire to visit, because I'm sure we'll all agree that the desire to visit is there. Whether we can overcome the lack of confidence is another thing. Investing in domestic tourism recovery through direct industry subsidies. Certainly in many developing countries, perhaps more domestic travel and less international travel might be the key to sustainable travel. And incentivizing international tourists to return with free airfares, as we heard earlier, incentivizing domestic tourists to travel around the country through deals and discounts to keep their money in the country. And I hear this about China and Japan as well. If you look at economic analysis, with their populations not traveling overseas, the money is being retained within their countries as a kind of silver lining of this. And governments are also driven by multilateral agencies, such as, I think this was the last slide. We see people like the UNWTO saying these things, right? And I think that was emphasized already. International tourism is on track. When will it happen? Everybody wants to know the question to this. And the idea that there is pent-up demand. How do we ignite that demand to go from the dreaming stages to actually traveling? The World Travel and Tourism Council also says things like this. Julia Simpson, the president of the World Travel Tourism Council, said, 2022 is poised for a strong recovery. We see some of that happening, but as Mr. Ponti told us earlier, it's a mixed bag. The sector recovering would return jobs. Of course, while we talk about returning jobs, we know that in many countries, the tourism labor force has deserted it and gone on to other kinds of jobs. How do we fix that? Through policy. As people start traveling again, governments must implement simplified rules, including the use of digital solutions that we heard about earlier. And my colleague at PATA, the former CEO, Liz Ortiguera, noted, she said that international recovery to and within the Asia-Pacific region is projected to return over the next 3 years, perhaps using your work, Mr. Ponti, using your forecasts. But of course, that remains to be seen. She says some individual destinations may see success, but expedited recovery of the region requires a more collaborative approach. Certainly, we see in ASEAN countries, Vietnam has been behind the curve when it comes to recovering its tourism visitations as a result of border policies, probably. So as I get to the end of my presentation, and to not go over time, I'm sure Ms. Cho will tell me to stop if I go over time. I want to look at Japan and Australia as two countries in terms of types of policies that are obvious. We see in Japan, as the first example, the yen is at historical lows, 20-year lows, I'm told, 24-year lows a few months back. The perfect conditions for international tourism, right? Border entry was only opened in Japan on the 11th of October, so the momentum is still rather slow. Given that recent opening. Some COVID mitigation measures remain. Unvaccinated travelers still need to provide proof of a negative test. Focusing on achieving medium to long-term growth. Before COVID, Japan was betting on 60 million tourists by 2030, from a base of from under 30 million. And of course, the Olympics happened not in 2020, but in 2021. And the forecasts have returned to pre-COVID forecasts. So when we talk about a paradigm shift from a policy perspective, I don't see much evidence of that happening. The focus has been on achieving long-term growth targets, travel deficits supported by slow uptake of international travel by Japanese travelers continues, and there are tourism labor force constraints in the country. When we look at Australia as my second policy case study, border entry requirements were simplified several months ago, or nearly a year ago now. High airfares remain a constraint to inbound travel because, of course, Australia is a long way from everywhere. And if we say that long-haul travel is about to be wound back, destinations like Australia will struggle. If we talk about decarbonisation and less flying, how do international tourists get to Australia? International air capacity remains constrained in Australia, and as a result, airfares, by my own anecdotal observations, are more than 100% what they were before the pandemic. There's new destination marketing campaigns. Maybe you might have seen an animated kangaroo on your television screens. domestic tourism in Australia is problematic because it's a very expensive country to travel around and there are limited domestic transport options. So from a policy perspective, how do governments overcome that? And there are tourism labour force constraints as well in Australia. So as I conclude, if there was indeed a paradigm shift, there are considerable constraints still in place. Traveller confidence is not assured and demand for travel, you would argue, remains somewhat fragile. Travel supply chain choke points persist, especially labour shortages and the aviation issue. It's too early, I think, to discern whether changes in travel behaviour will be long-term. The Russia-Ukraine conflict continues and the energy crisis, coupled with OPEC's decision to limit the production of crude oil, remains an issue. Global and regional geopolitics and militarization, especially in this part of the world, remains a potentially considerable impact factor for tourism. And climate change effects, we can't forget that when we talk about improving air capacity, improving profit, improving revenue, getting more data on our customers, encouraging travel. Because in the end, if we don't have a planet, we have nothing to travel around, right? So paradigm shifts we see will be rapid and unexpected, difficult to develop policies and plans for, and will require governments to prepare for multiple scenarios. But travel as an essential phenomenon of modern lifestyles will likely endure, at least for those who can afford to do it, right? And for those who can afford to get into countries with passports that allow them to. So to finish, I just want to make a quote. Manon Paga from the journal Future Brand, she said this: "The pandemic may have grounded the world, but it has also been a catalyst for change as the tourism industry considers the future of travel. The new experiences proposed by travel brands reflect profound societal changes that encompass our relationship with the environment, with time, and the value of work and play. How we travel is not just about how we spend our leisure time, but increasingly it should reflect the values of an entire society." And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shearer, for the great presentation. I had no intention whatsoever to stop you or to pressure you, but thank you for wrapping up in time. Thank you very much. And now moving on to our second presentation. Our second presentation will be delivered by Professor Kang Min-jung of Halim University. And she will be delivering success cases where the tourism industry has reflected ESG policies. And having known that ESG policies are all the rave these days, I believe that a lot of our audiences will be very eager to hear her presentation. Now with that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Kang with a warm round of applause.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. My name is Kang Min-jung, and I am a professor at Halim University, and I teach ESG and sustainable business at graduate school, and also social venture startup and social innovation to undergrad students. And I also conduct related researches. So it is an honor for me to be able to present to you some cases of ESG tourism in front of you. And when I was first given the request to make a presentation, I thought, well, I'm not very familiar with the industry of tourism. And I said, are you sure I'm the right person for this? And they said that with regards to ESG and sustainable business, I've been conducting related researches for a very long time. So perhaps I can share my story, focusing especially on tourism. So I felt a bit of a boost of confidence after hearing that, and so I prepared for the presentation. And in the process of preparing for it, I actually wanted to talk about ESG cases that I've actually witnessed with my own eyes, and it just made me realize in the process of preparing for the presentation that a lot of the cases that I've seen are actually closely related to tourism. Now, so today I'm supposed to talk about cases of tourism that reflect ESG policies. And so I thought that it might be best for me to define what ESG is first. So as you know, it stands for environmental, social, and governance criteria. And, the term was first coined for the activities of the investors in terms of their transparency. But today, it goes beyond corporate social responsibility, and it even encompasses activities of the government as well as social and civil societies. And therefore, the definition of ESG will not be focused on investor activities in corporations, but it is even bigger than that. And in terms of creating shared value or social value, they actually are closely related to resolving social issues that we're facing today, as well as creating related values. And especially in the area of tourism, ESG and a creation of social values, what do they mean? A tourism industry actually has a lot of ripple effect on other industries. Sorry, I forgot to click my pointer. So once again, tourism industry has a large ripple effect to and from related industries, and it's related to political, economic, social, and cultural environment. And therefore, it needs to respond to the ESG trends. And the tourism industry has various stakeholders. We have tourists, of course, and we also have the local residents as well as service providers. And there is that issue of development versus preservation in the tourism industry. And we talk about sustainability a lot these days. So sustainability has become a big discourse. And related issues are also being emphasized in the tourism industry. Whether it be environment or social aspects, there are things that we must preserve. But in the era of ESG, we must also think about ways to actively create social values. Now I'm going to talk about cases here in Korea. And in the Korean society, we are facing a risk of local communities in the verge of disappearing, and therefore it is very important that we salvage these local communities and promote their sustainability, and these are closely related to social values as well. And tourism industry, it would be a great idea if tourism industry can contribute to this end. Then what does the Korean government has in terms of its policy related to ESG? And these days, sustainability has become an important direction, especially for the future of tourism. And Korea has actually set up a related act. And so a policy direction has been set, but I don't think we have yet seen a concrete and specific policy plan yet. So to date, the Korean Tourist Organization at least has in store the overall direction that our tourism industry ought to take going forward. So for example, recently, we've seen that the WKTO has visions that encompasses the social values that we wish to seek, and this is indeed very positive. But it not only set out the visions, but it actually carried out a lot of related activities. Through tourism activities, it promoted coexistence and harmony and balance, as well as fairness and equity across society. And it's been supporting tourism ventures to this end. And for many organizations in local communities, to identify local communities that actually promote these values in various regions, the KTO is making related efforts as well. So these visions set by KTO is one that the stakeholders in the tourism industries ought to follow going forward. So this is the trend of ESG, as well as related policies of the Korean government and the activities that the KTO is doing. And these stories, together with my perspective on social innovation, I would like to talk about how we should view ESG in tourism. And I thought that there are four key aspects. First is its contribution to local society. For example, through tourism, it would be able to improve the quality of life in the region, revitalize the local economy, and reduce the regional gap. So in other words, it can contribute to issues faced by the local society. And the second aspect is its economic sustainability. So in terms of its social contribution, sometimes we can create something by allocating a budget, but I think we need to go even beyond that. Because we not only want to create social value, but also create sustainability, one that is very economically sustainable, which can hence improve the quality of life for the residents in the region. So this economic sustainability is very important in terms of social innovation. And another important aspect is scalability or universality. In other words, can we replicate the model and use it universally? So in other words, its ability to be able to be replicated and to be expanded to other regions is very important. And the third aspect is creativity and innovativeness. So these social and regional issues are usually very complex. And these are issues that have been built up for a very long time. It is not easy to resolve them. However, through tourism, perhaps we can come up with creative and innovative solutions that can help contribute to resolving these issues, and that would be very significant. And the fourth and last aspect, which I think is very important, is who is going to provide such tourism? It could be an industry body, but I think it's important to make connection to the civil society. This is also related to economic sustainability and scalability, but I believe that participation of local residents must be encouraged so as to create an economically sustainable tourism that can lead to changes in people's livelihoods. So with these four perspectives in mind, I looked for some specific cases related to ESG tourism. Some cases reflect all four aspects. Some cases maybe just one or two. But nevertheless, there are many excellent cases here in Korea. But based on these four aspects, I selected a few that I think are significant. Now, first is Jeju Ole case. Now, Jeju Ole is very famous tourism case that you probably are familiar with already. This is the first social innovation case that I present to my students in university. And the reason is because Jeju Ole, now it opened up in 2007, the Jeju Ole Trail, and it has 26 routes spanning a total of 425 kilometers. And already, more than 10 million visitors have visited the Jeju Ole Trail. And Ms. Sa Myung-suk received what it is called the Ashoka Fellow. It's a fellowship for social innovators, and she received Ashoka Fellow back in 2013. So Jeju Ole is about creating a trail, but this actually shifted the entire tourism paradigm in Jeju Island. Previously, the tourism in Jeju Island was about going to a nice resort and looking around a tourist destination. But with Jeju Ole Trail, the tourists are able to communicate together with Jeju residents. And the previous tourism industry did not benefit the Jeju residents in terms of the financial output of the tourism. But Jeju Ole allowed now Jeju residents to enjoy the economic benefits that came from tourism. So it is my wish that we would be able to see a slow walking tour like the Jeju Ole Trail across many different tourist destinations here in Korea. Now, once again, there was a paradigm shift in tourism in Korea with the creation of the Jeju Ole Trail. So that's why I included this in my case, although it's a very famous case. Now, the next case might not be so famous. Now, I can proudly say that back in 2018, by the way, there is a small village by the name of Seokkang, which is an abandoned mine area in Yeongwol. And back in 2018, my proud students actually went there to take part in this program. Now, the reason why I wanted to introduce this case to you is because we were able to regenerate an abandoned mine area. And it also provided local residents the ability to support themselves. So you can probably see myself inside an abandoned train in Yeongwol together with my students who were having a workshop on regional regeneration in the picture on the right. And now here's another picture. I took this picture together with my students again in front of a train that is used as a lodging area. So to elaborate just a little bit about the Seokkang train stay. So in Gangwon-do, we have a lot of abandoned mine areas, which is a big social issue for Korea. And in 1995, a special act on the assistance to the development of abandoned mine was created, but most of the measures were taken in the form of creating buildings, for example. However, there was not a sustainable model that would help increase the income of local residents. And so that's why in Yeongwol they decided to create what they called a Seokkang train stay. And it was operated by the Residents' Council at first, but it faced a deficit. So in 2018, there is a social enterprise called Oyori Asia. Oyori Asia is a social venture that seeks for sustainable tourism. And Oyori Asia has introduced many innovative ways to help revitalize the Seokkang train stay. So there are many train-based lodging accommodations in Korea, but Oyori Asia did even more so as to create a cultural complex and to hold local festivals in connection to these train stays. And it also built capabilities for residents. In other words, it enabled, and their goal was to enable local residents to independently operate the Seokkang train stay for themselves. So they created jobs, employed local residents, provided related trainings and so on, so as to create an innovation across the Yeongwol society. Now, next case. It's also a case of a social venture named Pathfinder. So they actually designed the second stage of life for the so-called neo-middle age. Now, it's an interesting term, right? Neo-middle age. They are in their middle ages, but they're actually a new type of middle age. So before I explain about the term, I think I need to, first of all, explain what this term relational population means in order to explain what Pathfinder is doing. Now, relational population was coined first in Japan, and it was created with the belief that creating a sedentary population in regions that are disappearing has its limits, and therefore creating a population that closely interact with the region can be a more realistic alternative to deal with population outflow in rural areas. And so Pathfinder is actually working to increase the so-called relational population in local communities. And so they designed the second stage of life for the neo-middle-aged. In other words, help them find a new career for life, and also, once again, create relational population in that community. Now, these neo-middle age are the baby boomers. And they have reached, or they are nearing their retirement age. And how they will lead life after their retirement is an important issue in Korea. And so Pathfinder helps the neo-middle-aged to find a new career path. And they look to local communities. So the neo-middle-aged would get a new career, and the local communities will actually experience an inflow of population. And Pathfinder is behind all this. Now, this is the Pathfinder program. Sorry, there is a typo here, but there is a first program named Discover. And there's a second phase, also named Discover, and then there's a third phase named Stay. So through this program, they allow participants to explore the region that they might want to live in. So, in order to assess whether or not the Pathfinders program is successful or not, I probably need some statistics, like how many people have actually become relational population after Pathfinder program and so on. But the history is not long enough for us to gather such statistics. And I know that KTO has some related data to this as well. But what's important is that Pathfinder is actually pursuing this initiative to help resolve the immediate issues of local communities. And now we've seen a case of finding a new career path for those who are reaching their retirement age, especially when Korea is entering into an aging society. And there's another, so that was a very good case as to how tourism can contribute to resolving that issue. And another case that I would like to talk about is that I just talked about the neo-middle age earlier, but now I'd like to introduce to you a social venture made by the young people. And Hallym University is located in the city of Chuncheon. So I brought a case of Chuncheon city here, but actually this social innovation case was actually conducted in Chuncheon even before I came to join Hallym University. So there is something called Chuncheon 동네 방네, which actually started as a small university club at the beginning. So to elaborate what it's doing, so Chuncheon actually has an old downtown, and with new regions being developed, the old downtown became to be deteriorated, and therefore old inns and facilities have also become deteriorated as well. So the club actually rented a closed inn and renovated it. So the project began back in 2012 or 2013, so it's been about a decade or so. And now, thanks to Jeju Ole Trail, guest houses are all the range in Jeju. So they've actually built guest houses across the country now directly by renting a closed inn. And they created a reservation platform to receive reservations. And at the time, this was a very innovative idea. So they created guest houses in old downtowns. And also what they sought to do is to create a system where it would allow people to make reservations of all the guest houses in the region. And of course, the guest houses would have to provide services like laundry and meal. And that would also be done by the platform. And so they tried to create this big ecosystem in Chuncheon-dongdae through Chuncheon-dongdae project. So this is how social innovation goes. I mean, at first it's very innovative, but in about a decade or so, it's not so innovative anymore, which means that it's very scalable and expandable. Now, there's also a Hwasong City tour case, but actually 3 minutes ago, they've been keep telling me that I should really finish my presentation, but I'll be really quick. So other cases, I've actually visited the places and I've conducted interviews. The Hwasong City tour, this one, I've just conducted a research about it. I've never done any interview about it, but it actually uses the historical resources of Hwasong Tour to create a one-day tourist package. And what's noticeable about this tour package is that it is the sustainable tourism is operated by a civil society named Hwasong City Sustainable Development Council. So the local government really made a lot of effort for Hwasong City Tour to be available to the general public. And the citizens of Hwasong City also made a lot of efforts to further advance this program. So this case actually provides a big lesson for some cities that wish to create such program. And I know that I have to finish on time, so I skipped a lot of content, but I think nevertheless I was able to deliver all the key points. So the cases that I shared with you today still need some time for data to be accumulated for us to diagnose whether or not this is a successful case. Nevertheless, they create the social values and encourage the participation of local residents. And in that regard, it is indeed sustainable. And so that's why I brought these cases to introduce to you today. And I hope that they've inspired you one way or another. Thank you for listening.
Thank you once again, Professor Kang, for the great success cases of the government policies involving ESG. Thank you very much for the two presentations. And now, before we move on to our panel discussion, we will just set the stage for our discussants. And as you have just heard from the two presenters, the tourism market is also going through many different changes. In the first session, we talked about the market as a whole, and in the second session, we talked about some of the market changes as well as the government responses. And now ESG is one area that is being adopted by various different industries. And it was great to see how the government is also responding to the tourism industry as well as the changes there. And looking at some of the success cases makes you also want to take a trip to those areas as well. So thank you to Professor Kang for enlightening us and introducing us to some of those success cases, which will, of course, need some more time to gather a bit more data, as she mentioned, but we're also in the right direction forward for creating more value and to head into a sustainable tourism industry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on until the last session, last panel discussion for session 2, I'll just briefly introduce the theme, the government policies in response to tourism market changes. We'll also have 6 panel participants along with our moderator. Our moderator again will be Professor Hwang Young-hyun of Dongha University. Once we have set the stage, we will bring all of 6 panelists up onto the stage. If you do have any questions, please feel free to make use of the time during our break, which is after session 2. You'll have more than enough time to ask some of our speakers as well as our panel discussants. We're almost ready to bring up our panel discussants, so we ask for your patience. Thank you. Once again, our subject theme for our second session will be government policies in response to tourism market changes. Just to introduce some of our panel discussants, we will also have our keynote speaker, Ms. Fiona Jeffrey, join us for the panel discussion. And of course, our presenter, Professor Joseph Cheer of Western Sydney University. And Professor Kang Min-jung of Halim University will also take part in the panel discussion. And among the 9 participating countries, we also have Ms. Patricia LaGuardia, Director of Planning Management of Paraguay, and Director Ninh Ngoc Ngoc of Planning Management of Vietnam. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them up onto the floor with a big round of applause. Thank you. I think that our panelists are ready for the discussion. And with that, I will hand over the microphone to our moderator. Professor Hwang, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We also had another good chance to hear very interesting insight regarding changes we are experiencing these days. One is ESG government, ESG policy, and the other one is government policy, which react to some changes we are experiencing these days. Just like what we did for the panel session 1, we have 2 representatives from 2 different countries. So first, I will ask them to share the current status of their own country in terms of, first, some government policy which is reacting the current status, and second, any policy related to ESG. Just like the first panel session, we don't have much time, so I will give you like 5 minutes at most. Is it okay? Okay, so let's start with Patricia Laguardia, Director General from Paraguay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I must say that during the COVID, Paraguay had to be smart, and we created 5 strategies to move forward. The strategies were based on health strategies, support for the tourism industry, visitors strategies, marketing, and innovation. We also have, according to the Paraguay National Development Plan, the Paraguayan tourists shall move towards sustainability, towards 2030. So it's important to us about the ESG policy. We're working on that, and we need to improve on ESG policies because we are implementation of sustainable development goals in a gradual way in all sectors, not only in tourism.
Okay, thank you very much. So it sounds like, health become an issue because of the pandemic. So Paraguay and governments care much about safe and health tour in the future. The other one is ESD. It's very nice to hear that Paraguayan government also care about the ESD policy. Let's hear the case of Vietnam, and then we can move on to other discussions. Okay.
Thank you very much. As you know that before COVID-19, there's a booming in tourism development in Vietnam. And in 2019, we had record number of international and domestic tourists to Vietnam. Of course, during the pandemic, everything changed. So soon after we contained the pandemic, we sit together with the all stakeholders, and we have a series of policies. Number one, we structure the markets. Besides the traditional market, we also look at the new market, India. So during the presentation this morning, you see that we get very successful story in India market. We also, besides the international, we pay more attention to domestic. As you know that last year we received also record 101 million to compare with the only 85 million in 2019. It means that 20% higher than the peak year before COVID. That is for market. Also we restructure and the products, we renew products. We develop the new products, like but now we look at the more quality, more efficiency tourism activities. We develop the new one, is a golf tourism, wellness, spa, and now we develop the new one, agriculture products. It also attached to the ESG. We also have now we put on the table the new policy for travel facilitations. Before we have visa exemption, but only for 15 days. Now we try to extend to up to 45 days. We also apply more e-visa. Before we only apply e-visa for 18 countries. Now we put on table the policy that we apply e-visa for every country. It means that we have more travel facilitations. So we do hope that it would help to recover soon and accelerate the development of tourism development. And now both domestic and international, not only international in the past. For ESG, we also put on the table is the action that we call action plan for green tourism. It means that we call on all the localities, destinations, to apply the series of activities and policies to help business community, to help local, so that we can develop all the localities and destinations to be clean, safety, and friendly. And every local people becomes the tourism ambassador. So we think that, we hope that we can keep on accelerate the development and in a sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So due to the COVID-19, Vietnam governments are looking at new markets, which was not possibly find without a pandemic. That's what I understood. And you also emphasized the green or sustainability in other world, and focusing on the ESD management in tourism fields. Okay, let's move on to our keynote speaker. Actually, when we do the keynote speech, usually we have like a Q&A sessions, but because of this session, I asked her to be involved in this panel session, which I think is more related to our discussion as well. Okay, Professor Cheers talk about paradigm shift. And I think this is one term we hear open today. But I also think Fiona also talked about the paradigm shift, but in different level, I think. Fiona was like, more responsible tourism, general. And then for Professor Cheers, he was more focusing on, some changes brought by COVID-19, all those changes we are experiencing in these days. Or even though we can call those changes as the paradigm shift, but it has a little bit different like a level or dimension. So for that, I think I will ask Fiona, Jeffrey, to add on to Professor Cheer's arguments in terms of the paradigm shift.
Hopefully, yes, is this working? Yes, it is. I think it's really important to understand that we want tourism to continue to grow and develop, but we need to do it in a way that protects the environment and is purposeful. And when we saw the last explosion of tourism in the 1980s, I remember the excitement in the industry that a new destination, in fact, Vietnam was coming to World Travel Market, and the enthusiasm every year for a new destination to open up, and the drive of the low-cost airlines. But 30 years on, we have to recognize that whilst we market ourselves as a force for good, tourism, the growth of tourism can do damage to our planet. And so what I'm advocating is not that we don't travel, not that we don't get on planes and go and see destinations and break down cultural barriers, but that we change the way we do tourism and we take on a greater sense of responsibility for that within the travel and tourism industry. And one of the challenges in this space is that there is no single, simple answer. So we have to turn back to values. And what does our industry stand for? What is important? What do we believe is going to create sustainability within our industry for the long term and for future generations? And that's why ESG does become important. I find it a bit odd that ESG stands for social, environmental, and the economic element isn't included in it. But it's the framework that we have, and by uniting behind those frameworks, and it's very encouraging to hear what Vietnam is doing in terms of, you know, bringing a sense of green tourism, green responsibility. As I say, for every country, for every region, for every city, for every rural environment, for every community, the solutions could be quite different. We mustn't be concerned or frightened about that. What we just must do is understand what is the right values and look to implement and live by them.
Okay, thank you. I think we all agree that we have to care the environment and we have to more care about what we do while we are traveling. I think all the panelists here agree with that. But on the other hand, some countries, developing countries, for example, what they're saying is that we never been there at. So I'm talking about the mass tourism they are experiencing, or tourism development they are experiencing. So it always, actually this point is brought by Professor Cheer's presentation. He was mentioned about some sort of conflict. One is we are looking at the safe travel, but at the same time we are looking at more travelers, more tourists, right? And environmentally responsible tourism, travel, but at the same time mass tourism. So somehow we are talking about some conflicting notions together. Or some country represent one side, the other country represents the other side. So for that, I will ask Professor Cheers, how do you see this like a conflicting situation?
Thank Yeah, I think the microphone's on. Yeah, it's a very big question. We only have limited time.
You can make it in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Well, in reflecting on what everyone has said, especially you, Fiona, what is really interesting is that while we're talking about all of the good things that tourism can do, and we mustn't forget that whenever we critique it, I've written a couple of books about tourism in popular destinations like Venice and Amsterdam and Barcelona and places like that, where very often what we would have heard before the pandemic, over-tourism, right? We went from one end of the spectrum, over-tourism, to very much under-tourism. And we see these swings are causing policymakers to make, in some cases, very rash decisions. You can imagine investors and the industry, how they must feel about all of these changes. And at the same time, we see destinations now saying, we only want high-value tourists. We want responsible tourists. While that's all well and good, there's only so much of that can go around. And that also leads to questions about degrowing tourism. In other words, reducing tourism in popular places and hopefully redistributing it to other places. But many colleagues I have in developing countries, when they hear this idea of degrowth, they say to themselves, no, we actually want more tourism. We don't want less tourism. And I think it's more an issue that goes beyond tourism. It's about how we consume, how we inhabit the planet, right? You know, perhaps we may have a solution for tourism if we redistribute all of that volume to countries that don't have as much tourism, in the same way that we redistribute wealth from the very rich countries to other countries. And perhaps we won't have to developing countries have the same push for tourism. But of course, these are all ideal situations, right? One solution, I think, is how we drive tourist behavior change. You know, because if tourists respond to the marketers the way they do, then we have to ask the question, who's driving this change? Are tourists being led to this change, or is it the market deciding? I don't know the answers to those questions, but can policy change that? I think all three need to work in concert. But when we look at something like over-tourism, it was clear that the people who were bearing the costs of tourism weren't necessarily the ones benefiting from that growth in tourism.
Yeah, I think in that point, I think you have a connection with what Fiona is suggesting. Sure, yeah.
Just to add, because I completely get and understand why developing destinations want more tourism. But I would also say, learn from the mistakes that have happened in developed countries. And you just have to, and Joseph has just mentioned, Barcelona, the local people started to say, we don't want any more tourists in our city. When Cape Town got to ground zero, because they were going to run out of water because of the environmental impact, they didn't want more tourists coming to their city. Dubrovnik didn't want, with the influx, more tourists coming to their country. So it's really upon us as tourism professionals to work out what's the best tourism that we want and need. And for a very long time, tourist boards have been seen as destination marketing organizations. They really have to be destination management organizations, taking together all the interests of stakeholders, which include local people and local communities, and coming up with the right solutions that work for you as a tourist destination.
Okay. Next question goes to Professor Kang, because she speaks in Korean. Maybe I can translate directly and I speak in Korean. So my question is about ESG, in terms of the ESG management. It's about, the first one is environment. And we talked about the sustainable development and all those things. Maybe, you know, sustainable development is kind of in between growth and degrowth. So we come up with those ideas, you know, sustainability. But when you're talking about the environment, we often hear sustainability. But somehow we are using that term to greenwashing. It is a development, massive development, but we just call it a sustainable development. So how do you think of those issues?
So I'll answer in Korean. So when we say ESG, there are many parties who actually declare ESG or claim to support ESG. So when it comes to business management, for example, they say, yes, ESG is important. And as I said in my presentation, this term was actually first coined in relation to investor activities. And the ESG actually incurred many extra costs for businesses, for example, in resolving social issues and in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and so on. And so some say that they claim to support ESG, but they do not. So yes, sometimes we use this term in terms of greenwashing. So yes, sometimes people say, well, ESG is all about greenwashing, but in talking about greenwashing, I believe that greenwashing is, we shouldn't take it as it is, but I think we should think about the term greenwashing of ESGs and to think of it in a way that, we should really encourage companies to genuinely and authentically proceed with ESG. We're at a juncture where we still need to encourage more ESGs and we shouldn't think about it as greenwashing. And ESG involves investment. And so in order to prove that they are practicing ESGs, many companies include their ESG KPIs and accomplishments in their reports and so on. And I think that's why people keep saying that ESG is all about greenwashing. But I don't want the greenwashing aspect to be overly accentuated, especially at a time when we don't even do enough ESG these days. We need more ESG, especially in the tourism industry. So the stakeholders of the tourism industry, they're mostly companies, right? And enterprises. But regardless of the industry, all industries are being called to practice ESG, to be transparent, and to resolve social issues. And I talked about creating shared value in my presentation. So everything goes under the discourse of ESG. A long time ago, we talked about corporate social responsibility and creating shared value and all that stuff, but they all come under ESG. And within the business objective that a company has, it can nevertheless preserve environment and resolve social issues and encourage the participation of civil society. I think they can do that and they ought to do that. And companies should be involved in issues facing humanity, and it should go beyond social contributions that it's making today. But we want this ESG activities to create profit for the businesses, of course, but at the same time resolve the issues faced by humanity. So this is all about creating shared value, as talked about many economists. And there are companies who genuinely practice that. And I think CSV is creating shared value is a very important industry because it's about meeting the local residents and the tourist going to a certain destination and being connected with that community and the residents. So I think ESG in tourism is all about preserving the environment and resolving social issues. So in other words, we would revitalize not only the tourism industry, but also the planet. And so it's all about creating shared value. ESG in tourism industry is about garnering the business profit at the same time creating value.
promoting ESG management is the thing we need to do at this moment. So that's what, in summary, that's what she said, if I understand correctly. So following that question, I want to ask Director General Tuk, how do you see the greenwash issue when you're talking about sustainable development in tourism in Vietnam?
So from our point of view, it's very simple. A lot of stakeholders involved in tourism activities. For business, they just look at the profit. For the local, they look at if the tourism bring benefit to them, it's okay. They can protect and do whatever if they don't get benefit enough to return what they have to sacrifice, they will be against. And what about government? Government balance.
Right.
Or they have priority and they create the legal environment for tourism activities and all stakeholders to act, follow that kind of directions. So I think overall, it depends on the government policies. And the government creates the legal environment. That is the number one. Number second, how...
Yeah, but I'm sorry to interrupt that. So for the Vietnam governments, when any company come up with the idea, we want to develop this area, and you are asking the company to show how much benefit bill goes to the locals, they actually start the development. Do you have those process in Vietnam?
Actually, we have the directions for the business community and also localities. And you see, in Vietnam, we have the permission for travel agents to operate the international and domestic. Right. So they have to show the plan of business.
I see.
That's the number one. Number two, for hotel or the accommodations, we have the stamp. When we have the hotel rating from 3 to 5 star. And on the file, when we look at the hotel satisfy 3 or 4 or 5 star. We also have the detailed criteria there.
So from government perspective, you want to make sure that any tourism activities or developments, they should generate benefit to the locals and even hopefully for the environment as well.
And actually, it's a directions, it's a policy. But in fact, the implementation is not as when we...
That's not easy, yeah.
But anyway, that we follow that kind of directions.
What about in Paraguay? Do you have same policy and practice?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, we have. We work with local people when we are working in a plan of that destination. So we involve the local people. All of them, the community, the government of the local government. So yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, one last question. Professor Cheers talk about some paradigm shift in his term because we are experienced, the first time ever, the worldwide pandemic. Even though we had a pandemic, but there was not the worldwide pandemic. We blocked out like 2.5 years, almost 3 years, But do you expect any Vietnamese government or Paraguayan government? Are you preparing another scenario? If it happens again, we will react to this pandemic. Are you plan to have those the best plan? How about in Vietnam?
I think naturally, every stakeholder, they already have experience after the COVID-19.
Right.
And anyway, that for government, we also create the guidelines or something like guidelines or booklets or some kind of policy. Like I just mentioned that we have the action plan for green tourism. It means that every localities and destinations, they have a series of activities to make sure that that destination is clean, safety, and friendly.
I see.
It means that is a preparations.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that, but naturally, every stakeholder, they have the experience after the COVID-19.
Yeah, somehow sounds like, going to go back to the basics, make a clean and safe, a ready destination for any situation.
And the fact that in the past, when you see, tourism is involved a lot of stakeholders and sectors.
Mm-hmm.
In the past, actually in Vietnam, it's quite difficult for us to work with the relevant ministry or agencies.
I see.
But after COVID, we think that it's easier for us to work with them, and they are more supportive to tourism development.
But what about in Paraguay? Are you preparing a countrywide, national-wide, like a risk management plan? How you can react to the COVID-19?
Yes,
Okay.
we are working in an actualization of our master plan of tourism in Paraguay right now. So we are working on that right now.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. I think it has been a very interesting discussion, and I hope I can cover, at least, ask some interesting questions related to our presentation today, also keynote speech as well. Okay, thank you again. I'm going to wrap up our second panel session. We are expecting a third very interesting session as well. But anyway, thank you very much for your kind, very insightful presentation and kind discussion, sharing the situation in your country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of the panelists for a fruitful panel discussion. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our second panel discussion for the 2023 Kopist High-Level Policy Forum. Please give him another big round of applause. Thank you. And if you do have any pressing questions for any of our presenters or panelists, or even our moderator, I think that this will be your time to ask them, because we will have a long break before our third session. So before we move on to our third and final session of the day, we will take a coffee break until 4 p.m. For our offline participants, we have prepared refreshments and coffee out in the foyer, so please do help yourselves, and please make some use of this time for your networking as well. And for our online participants, please remember to rejoin at 4 p.m., and I will see you at our third session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly would like to ask you to please enter the hall and take your seats. We will now resume with our third and final session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are still outside in the foyer, we kindly ask you to please enter the hall and take your seats. We will resume shortly with our third and final session of the forum. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back. We are now going to start our third and final session. And as our distinguished guests are rejoining us after our long coffee break, I would like to briefly introduce to you our third and final session. Our third session for today will be a discussion among our participating countries. They will be sharing with us the different response measures or policies that are laid out by governments of the participating countries. So with that, we will start off with some opening remarks of the host country of the Kopist High-Level Policy Forum of the Republic of Korea, and then move on to the 9 participating countries with the panel discussants sharing their government's policies on tourism industry. And then afterwards, we'll also have Ms. Fiona Jeffrey, along with our moderator for session 1 and 2, share their closing remarks as well as a summary. And now let us begin our third and final session. To kick us off, I would like to introduce Director Kang Ji-eun of the International Tourism Division of the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism of the Republic of Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I'm Kang Ji-eun, the Director of the International Tourism Division at the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism in Korea. Mr. Bat Erden Batulzi, Minister of Environment and Tourism of Mongolia, Mr. Rispekov Dastan, Deputy Minister of Kazakhstan, and delegations from 9 countries, welcome. And I would like to also thank Ms. Fiona Jeffrey as well as other speakers. Here at Kopist High-Level Policy Forum, we have the chance to look at changes in the tourism industry and share policy insights for the future. It has met its 10th anniversary this year, so it makes the event all the more significant. And in 2019, the tourism industry recorded global inbound tourists of 1.5 billion, which amounted to 10% of the global GDP. So the tourism industry is rising in terms of its significance, but the industry went through a deep recession due to COVID-19. But today we stand at a crucial inflection point to set the tourism industry for recovery and rebound. I believe that the real experiences and knowledge from 9 countries shared by the delegates today will significantly help build policies for a faster and more robust recovery and rebound for the forward-looking tourism industry. Now, let's invite the discussants and commence the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Director Kang, for your opening remarks. And as she has now kicked off our discussion among our participating countries, I would like to welcome to the stage our four discussants first. So first, from Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Nepal, and Paraguay, I'd like to invite them up onto the stage, along with our Professor Hwang Young-hyun, who has been our moderator for session 1 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them up with a big round of applause. And of course, Ms. Fiona Jeffrey, please welcome her with an extra big round of applause as well. Thank you. Yes, so please, I will hand the microphone over to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome to the last session of the day. This will be a very interesting session because we will have the chance to hear about the situations in participating countries. We have altogether 8 different countries. And then what I heard is that what I was informed is the format of the presentation. So each country would have 5 to 10 minutes, 5 minutes, hopefully, talk about their situation, the situation of the things we talked about in the previous panel sessions. So they can talk about the reaction to the COVID-19 and how the tourism demand changes, and how do they react to those changes, and how do they prepare for the future, including digital transformation and also policy reaction. So after that, we will have, with the help of the keynote speaker, Fiona Jeffrey, and we will provide some overview or observation to their presentation. And then we will have some questions for each delegating countries. So without further ado, I'd like to ask the representative from Mongolia. Is it? Hold on. Yes, let's start with the Mongolia. Yeah. Let me try, okay? Sukabatar Ekmik. Ekchmek. Okay. Okay, please welcome Ekchmek.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I did not see that is coming. Okay. Okay, she will do the presentation in Korean, and then there will be a translation. Okay, thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to share with you some specific information in a very simplified way. In 2023, in 2024, and 2025 will be designated or was declared as a Visit Mongolia year. So Mongolia is made up of the nomadic people, and its climate is very extreme, and its land is very vast. And Mongolia believes that tourism will be one of the biggest driving forces for its economy. And Mongolia is largely dependent on its tourism industry. And investment opportunity awaits all of you in terms of tourism. And we are a horse racing people, and therefore horse racing is one of our key programs for tourism. And we will also provide other programs as well. And at the Mongolia, the Mongol waits for your investment. You can get away from the hustle and bustle of the city and come and relax in Mongolia with its vast nature. Please enjoy the Great Plains as well as the desert in Mongolia with millions of stars sparkling in the sky without wireless internet. So around 60 countries in the world can enter Mongolia without a visa. And we welcome all of you to Mongolia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, she introduced what Mongolia has to offer to the many tourists and some policy like non-visa countries. So you said 60? Yeah. So according to her, there's 60 countries you can visit Mongolia without visa, issuing the visa. It was interesting to know that they are thinking of casino industry in Mongolia. So I think it's a brief introduction about what Mongol has to offer. But one thing among what she shared with us is that if you want to the life without internet, come to visit Mongolia, there was the very impressive wording.
No internet이 아니고 그게 noise pollution.
What I mean is that no noise pollution and no Wi-Fi pollution, by what I mean by without wireless internet.
A point like, digital transformation then, later, okay? Okay, thank you very much again for your brief introduction of the Mongolian situation. Okay, let's move on to Nepal. We have DG Gyan Parasar Dakar from Nepal.
Joint Secretary.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, please welcome him and to hear what Nepal has to say.
Thank you for the question. After the COVID-19 pandemic, the tourism industry has severely damaged. And the travel restrictions and lockdown in different parts of the world paralyzed the industry. We feel so. And however, about this time we are observing after the slowdown of the COVID, the tourism industry is shift towards the mainly health and safety concern everywhere in the world. Then the travel want to the nature-based tourism. Every tourist give the priority in the nature. And also digitalize and virtual tourism of shifting this side. Then sustainable side is also most focused area, as well as the responsible tourism. And people are very suffering and mentally, that's why they are also seeking the wellness sector here, peace of mind, like that type of tourism here. So in our country, the wellness tourism is also popularity gain in domestic sector. They go in the quiet nature and start to meditation and keep in peace in the mind, stay in the homestay with the local people. They go there and stay there, and the local people show their local cultural dances, performances, and they feel very calm. Such type of tourism is going ahead. And After that tourism pandemic, the government of Nepal implementing a tourism revival action plan. We have made a plan with the private sector, tourism entrepreneurs, and government agencies also participate. And we are trying to implement this policy. And the government introduced the Digital Nepal Framework program. After that, we are making plan. The main objective is this plan is revitalize tourism and other industry, making it more personalized, innovative, accessible, and sustainable. In that way, we are slowly going forward. In 2019, we have welcomed the 1.2 million international visitors in Nepal. And now, in 2022, 614,000. We are able to welcome this international visitor. So it is slowly going in a new normal situation here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sounds like, you've been learning a lot from today's discussion and presentation, because I can hear many of the key words, digital Nepal, right, tourism revitalization plan, and sustainable tourism, also wellness tourism. I think part of the reason is that Nepal is known for the very wonderful nature they have, so they can provide both those kind of atmosphere for the tourists. So tourists who want to be relaxed and get refreshed, Nepal would be the destination they can go. Yeah, it was. I will probably we will have the chance to hear about their digital Nepal plan, what they want to achieve through that plan later. So thank you very much. Okay, next move on to third country, Kazakhstan.
Thank you. If we say it about Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan is located in the center of Eurasia, at the crossroads of the world's oldest civilizations, the intersection of transport arteries, social and economic, cultural and ideological ties between West and East, South and North. Protected natural areas in Kazakhstan are almost 9% of the country territory. For the holistic positioning of Kazakhstan, which has a unique nature and vibrant history and traditions, we have developed 4E concept covering such areas as ecotourism, ethnotourism, entertainment, and events. If we talk about ecotourism, then there's our national park, adventure tourism. In terms of ethno, this is living in yurts, falconry, and gastronomic tourism. In terms of entertainment in our country, you can find a wide variety of activities, including casinos and nightlife in both capitals. The concept of events includes festivals, MICE and entertainment events, Tulip, Apple, and many other same festivals are held annually. Kazakhstan has a significant potential for the development of almost all types of tourism. Over the past 10 years, Kazakhstan has been increasingly positioned as a venue for global events and of international organizations. So over the years, the country has hosted such large-scale events such as Expo 2017 and 28th Winter Universiade, and OSCE summit and other main events. Since the beginning of 2022, Kazakhstan, a visa-free regime has been resumed for 78 countries. And last 6 months, ago, we multiply one country, Maldives Islands. With the stabilization of the epidemic situation on the globe, and also taking into account the high need to restore inbound tourism of a country, the issue of expanding the list of visa regime countries to 100 is being considered. Today, Kazakhstan have international flights restored with 28 countries along 111 roads. And Kazakhstan Travel is a national touristic portal dedicated to travelers in Kazakhstan, was developed in order to attract potential foreign tourists. The information on the portal is presented in 8 languages. For example, Kazakh, Russian, English, German, French, Chinese, Korean, and Arabic. It includes an events calendar, useful information about tourist sites, My section, photo bank section, marketplace, registers of travel agencies, tour agencies, and craftsmen, and other. By the way, by the word, it's very difficult to imagine Kazakhstan, and if it's possible, we can show video about Kazakhstan. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do we have the video ready or no? Okay, okay. Okay, probably they will work on that, but later if it is ready, and then we can see the video clip. Okay, thank you very much. I think the very beginning statements about Kazakhstan is located between West and East. I think that's a very unique position of the country, I think, you know. So instead of saying, when you're talking about the tourism issues here in Korea, we have the locals, and each local has very similar characteristics. At the end of the day, we cannot actually distinguish those regions. So for the country, it's the same thing. I mean, you know, if your country can provide every opportunity, that does not give the chance to the potential tourists recognize your country as a very unique destination. So I think if you come up with the idea how you can develop the West, between West and East, that will provide a very interesting position for the country. Okay, thank you very much. And then last but not the least, let's hear about the case of Paraguay.
Yes. I'm going to talk about digital transformation in Paraguay, and we're working a lot in digital transformation because in our country we have to develop a lot about digital transformation. In all the sectors, not only in tourism, but tourism is an industry that moves very fast, so we need to move faster also.
So what about like a general tourism situation first, and then maybe we can focus on the digital transformation later?
Yes.
Can you do that? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now we are, how I say, we are develop our tourism. We're working in actualization of our master plan of tourism in Paraguay that involves ESG policies also, because sustainability is one of the biggest issues to solve in Paraguay also. So we need to focus on that, and other things also, like governance also. Obviously, the marketing area, promotional area, and also about the, how do you say, vital infrastructure, and like that.
All right, thank you very much. I will ask about the situation of digital transformation a little bit later in Paraguay. Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I think if I remember correctly, Paraguay is the country which is far away among the delegating countries. How long did it take from here to?
We took 2 days to came to Korea.
2 days.
Yes.
And then you have
we left on Sunday. We left on Sunday afternoon,
Okay.
and we arrived yesterday.
Okay, I will give you 10 more minutes to talk about the Paraguay. Okay, thank you very much for flew all the way to Korea and share the experience of Paraguay. All right, thank you very much. Well, now it's become a more interesting part. So I will ask some interesting questions for representative from participating countries. Today, we've been here many interesting and intriguing presentation. And I sat down and tried to come up with some keyword we've been here today. And then I come up with 4 very interesting keywords. One is paradigm shift. So we've been talking about paradigm shift a lot, you know, starting from the keynote speech to the panel speech as well. But almost every panelist talk about something is changing. It could be regarded as the paradigm. The other keyword is tourism demand change. We have experienced COVID-19, which is world pandemic. Based on our experience, you know, we are at the stage of recovering, but how to react those demand change might be a little bit different from country to country. So there was a second keyword. A third keyword was digital transformation. So digitalization is one big issue, and how to react and how to utilize those changes will define the nature of tourism in the future. So in that sense, it is a very important issue, keyword as well. The last, not the least, is the ESG. So tourism industry or tourism company should do the action not only for their own profit, but also for the environment, but also for the society, and also for some governance structure as well. So I catch up those 4 keywords through today's presentation. So I will ask, you know, the situations or opinions of you in regard to those keywords. So my first question goes to representative of Mongolia. And you've been here, the paradigm shift. So what are the most important changes or paradigm you think is most important in Mongolia? And how do you react to those changes? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. So in Mongolia, the most important paradigm shift of Mongolia, you asked, and we have a very vast territory. And we have 3 million population. And we have 4 seasons and after the pandemic, Mongolia has been pursuing digital transformation. Mongolia believes that tourism is the second biggest contributor to our national economy, and therefore we are pursuing digital transformation in the area of tourism. So you have many issues. You're faced with many issues, whether it be digital transformation and being environmentally responsible, and and there should be some issues of how to respond to the pandemic. But what is the key issue among them? What does the Mongolian government think is the most important?
Old paradigms, what the Mongolian government think is most important.
제가 또 번역 도움을
Sure, yeah.
Actually, I think I need the help of a translator.
За Монголын одоо сэтгэлгээний өөрчлөлт гэдгийг одоо ярих юм бол аялал жуулчлалын салбар бол Монгол улсын одоо тэргүүлэх эдийн засгийн ач холбогдолтой хоёр дахь одоо салбар байгаа юм. Тэгэхээр энэ хүү салбарыг бид нэр хөгжүүлж гол эдийн засгийн үзүүлэлтийг бүрдүүлэгч гол хүчин зүйл болгохын төлөө одоо энгийн малчин өрхөөс ихсүүлээд улсаа хүртэл одоо энэ аялал жуулчлалын эдийн засгийн хөгжүүлэгч одоо хэсгүүд болж бүрдэл хэсгүүд болж одоо хөгжүүлэх гэж байгаа. Малчин өрхөөс өрхөн өөрөө аялал жуулчлалыг хөгжүүлэх гол бүтээгдэхүүн болж байгаа. Жишээлбэл одоо манай улс чинь өргөн удам нутагтай дөрвөн улирлын одоо дөрвөн улиралтай цагаагаарын нэртэй суур амьсгалтай улс байгаа юм. Тэгэхээр энэ эдийн засгийн гол хүчин зүйл болгохын төлөө манай улс одоо 23, 24, 25 онуудыг Монгол зочлох хичээлээр зарлаад эндээ 60 улсыг визгүй улс болгож одоо зарласан байгаа. Дээрээс нь маш олон тооны
The Mongolian government, in terms of digital transformation, the Mongolian government has been pursuing various policies. As I said before, 2023 to 2025 is designated as Visit Mongolia year. And therefore, in order to facilitate the tourism industry, together with the nomads and local residents, it has pursued many policies to encourage tourism. And local residents are also playing a great role in attracting tourists. And as I said earlier, the Mongolian government, in order to attract tourists, has granted 60 countries the rights to enter Mongolia without a visa.
Оросын холбооны улс болон Хятад улсын голд одоо хоёр том гүрний дунд оршдог улс байгаа. Тэгэхээр хил дагуух аялал жуулчлалыг бид нар хил дагуу одоо аялал жуулчлалын бүсийг хөгжүүлж байна. Мөн дээрээс нь бид Монгол Улсын засгийн газраас одоо хууль эрх зүйн орчныг шинчилж 20 жилийн дараа аялал жуулчлалынхаа хуулийг өөрчлөн засаж сайжруулж шинчилж байгаа. Энд нь болохоор зэрэг бооцоод морин уралдааны хууль, дээрээс нь казиногийн хууль, тэгээ аялал жуулчлалын гол хуулиуд маань одоо бүх оролцогч талуудын оролцоог бүрэн хангасан ийм хуулийг шинжилэн баталж байгаа.
You probably know this already, but Mongolia is between two big powerhouses, China and Russia, and therefore the Mongolian government for the first time in 50 years, is trying to review enacting a law related to tourism. And in order to facilitate and promote its horse riding culture and also casino, it's trying to make some related policies to this end.
Okay, next question goes to the representative of Nepal. And it's about tourism demand change. So we've been here, a lot of changes happening. Most of the sign is positive because we are recovering or even growth over the status before the pandemic. But do you see the current change as the back to normal, or do you see this change as the new normal?
After the COVID-19 pandemic, the international visitors are slowing increased trend. So that's why the safety is the new normal. So, because we have not reached the pre-pandemic positions this time. So we hope in 2023 we may cover the international visitor before the pandemic time.
Okay. We also experienced those situations. Most of the people, I think, believe that we are heading a new normal status. Part of the reason is that I'm in the university, and we are doing the online class during the pandemic. Even though we talked about those things, but there's not so many universities actually did online education before the pandemic. But because of the pandemic, we had to. And then now, all the university, even elementary students, have the experience of online class here. So that changes the playgrounds. Even for the tourism, I think. We are talking about virtual tourism these days. So in that sense, maybe many people agree that we are looking at the new normal. Okay, so yeah, I agree with your opinion on the new normal. Okay, next question goes to representative of Kazakhstan, and it's about the digital transformation. Everybody is talking about the digital transformation. Nepal actually pointed out digital Nepal plan. So do you have this national plan to boost up the digital transformation in Kazakhstan?
Thank you for the questions. No doubt, digital transformation play an important role in our life and different sectors of public policy. For example, as I said about our information system Ye-Guest, Ye-Konakh in our Kazakh language, which solve next tasks. First, improving the tourist climate, creating a registry of placements, third, automation of tourist registrations, and improving migration control, services to improve the quality of tourist services, and preference of tourists, and analysis length of stay and age and number of family members, for example, tourists. And I think that governments has to change policy to develop digital transformation in all of countries and divide more budget finance to this sector.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think almost every country recognized the importance of digital transformation. So they put a lot of budget in doing those digital transformations. Same thing happening in Korea as well. What about Do you have any?
Sorry,
It's okay.
because right data, it will help us to make decision.
Sure,
Yes.
sure, I agree. Yeah. What about a situation in Paraguay? What is going on in terms of the digital transformation in tourism field in Paraguay?
Yes, as I said before, digital transformation for us is really important for the tourist industry in all of sectors in Paraguay also, but we need to improve in our sector and tourist sector, just in Paraguay, because we need to grow in that way, because it's really important to us, because we need and we want to receive more visitors, so it's the way.
Yeah, I think digital transformation is coming in many different ways. I mean, in terms of terminology, we often use the smart tourism in order to represent or in order to explain the state of the digital transformation in tourism. Is coming from the smart city, but there are some research group actually start talking about the smart tourism development. So that's the one thing, one area we need to look at carefully in order to prepare for the future. Okay, I want to ask Fiona, could you add on some observation about the status of the different countries?
It's not a tall order, it's quite a tall order, but yes, I would, and I have to say it's very impressive what I've heard from all the panelists. I think there's a real opportunity here for everyone to build back better, and that's exactly what the focus seems to be. And each of the destinations, from what they've outlined, seem to me to be very well placed to develop sustainable and responsible tourism. Each of them are focusing on their cultural highlights. To my mind, Mongolia sounds to be the most eco-tourism destination that I've heard about, from horse riding to nature to the millions of stars with no internet. I mean, you can't get much more eco than that. And so you've got a fantastic product there to market appropriately to everybody. Equally Nepal, when you're looking at nature-based tourism, you're looking at enhancing local cultures. And I think here as well with wellness and the role of domestic tourism, it again gives you a marketplace to build and grow, but to build and grow sustainably. And that's what I would always advocate. With Kazakhstan, well, you seem very well structured. You've got you've got one of the world's oldest civilizations, so again, an amazing attraction. But you seem to have structured your tourism into 4 key areas, and again, bringing in a mixture of eco, but also the sort of local community engagement. As well as the opportunity to market your destination in an international way with attracting major events. So yes, loads of opportunity there. And then with Paraguay, there's clearly a lot of emphasis with digital transformation. That comes across in all of you, but particularly with Paraguay. And what I would say with that, and I'm sure Olivier would stand me out on that as well as John, it does require significant investment and it takes time. So the sooner people start to invest and develop that as a key part of the strategy, then the better and sooner the results will come. And then ultimately, ESG needs to underpin everything that you do as you develop your destinations. And I'd only emphasize that we need to all remember that we're destination management organizations, not destination marketing organizations any longer. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I would like to, one last question for representative of Paraguay, because we heard that it took 2 days for you to come to Korea. Okay, this is the events happening in Korea, and Korean government's ministry is supporting and organizing actually this event with the hope that they can develop some cooperative work or at least a project with all participating countries in the field of tourism. So if you have the chance to propose to the Korean government, what would be the feasible cooperative project to suggest to the Korean government?
I think maybe I will propose about the connectivity.
Could you be more?
Yes, air connectivity from Paraguay to Korea, for example. We need to develop more air connections with all countries. And I will propose that.
So Minister of Culture and Sports and Tourism should develop faster airplane. No, I'm just thinking about, building up those more connection. I personally been to Paraguay, Asuncion, and it took like 24 hours. I'm talking about just flying time. So it literally took 2 days. I understand that. Making connection, not only the like physical connections, but psychologically, Paraguay is far away. But making how we can psychologically close, that could be things we can do actually. So thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Time is almost up, so I have to wrap up the first part of the third panel session. So thank you very much for very interesting insight for the current status of your country, and also a very interesting insight and valuable insight for the current status of the country as well. We will have another chance to hear about the 4 different countries as well. And at the end of the session, we will have the chance to wrap up. But thank you very much for sharing your experience and the information you have with us today. And then hopefully we can make more interesting and fruitful discussion based on the information you provide. So I will close the first half of the third panel session here, and then I will invite our second group to be on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And for our 4 country representatives, please follow our staff back to your seat. Thank you. For our Professor Huang and Ms. Fiona Jeffrey will stay with us. Yes, I do understand that Ms. Jeffrey has to step down for just a second. And with that, I'd like to bring to the stage our representatives from Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, and Vietnam up onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them up onto the stage. Thank you. So for the second half of our country representative discussions, we will have Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, and Vietnam share with us their country representatives and policies of tourism industry. And Professor Huang will also do us the honors of being the moderator once again. Once our country representatives have delivered their representative policies, we will move on to the summary as well as the wrap-up session of this evening. With that, if Professor Huang is ready, I will hand over the microphone.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so last session of the last session, we have four delegating countries and who would like to share their experience and current status. The format is exactly the same as the first half. So I will ask the representative from different countries to share the current status they are facing right now. And then based on their current status, we can have discussion on those four keywords so we can have better understand what they are doing and what kind of problem they are facing, okay? Based on our discussion, Fiona will have to kind of overview, provide some observation, and then hopefully I can come up with some interesting insights, try to sum up our discussion. Okay, without further ado, I would like to ask the representative of Vietnam, who is Director General Din Nung Thúc from Vietnam, to share the current situation of Vietnam.
Thank you very much. For Vietnam tourism, before COVID-19, we can see the booming of tourism development in Vietnam. You see, from 2015 to 2019, only 4 years, we have a record of number of international tourists to Vietnam from 8 million to 18 million. So record number in 2019. Growth rate every year for that period is 23%. The key market for us is the Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, Europe, and the pandemic is coming. So we also, like the other country, we get very hard hit. So after COVID, we have to restructure, as I mentioned before, that we, before go along with the traditional markets, we also tapping the new markets. So we identify the new one is India and Middle East. And for India, we saw for now it's a very successful doing. For products, before we try to develop the 4 categories of products: the sea, the beach, the culture, ecotourism, and city break. But after COVID, we also restructure the products. For the beach, we try to develop the high-end, the quality, more quality products. For culture, we focus more on the cuisine and heritage. And we also develop the new products like golf, wellness and spa, and especially recently we developed the agricultural tourism products. And we structure also ESG. We have a plan for that. As you know that in 15th of March, the Prime Minister chairing the National Conference on Tourism. And we are now put on the table of the government resolution for tourism development. We try to identify and make sure that tourism is the key economic sector of the countries. In the past already, in 2019, the tourism activities bring to us about 33 billion US dollar and contribute to 9.2% of GDP. And now our motto is that fast recovery and accelerate the development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We was surprised, you know, you said between 2015 to 2019, from 8 million to 80 million. The yearly growth rate is 23%.
Yes. Yes.
So how do you evaluate? You know, what you think bring those dramatic growth? Is there any government evaluation?
We don't know.
You don't know?
We just try our best. I think several regions. Number one is Vietnam development, economic development, international relation development. That is a good background for us. The number second is that we identify tourism as a key economic sector. So we investment in tourism development. We try to promote, we try to do the promotions.
Okay.
And we identify the products based on our conditions and potentials. Like I just mentioned that the sea, the beach, that is number one. Number second is culture, based on the heritage. Number three is ecotourism. Number four is city break. And as you know that in Vietnam, recently we have a lot of, not some giant the group like Sun Group, Vin Group, FLC. They invest a lot and they bring to us, so we guide them to investment in some key area, like a dynamic area for tourism development. And we develop that kind of, how can I say, the destination as the dynamic center.
Okay, okay, yeah.
And we try our best. I don't know how we
but
can do that.
If you can understand what brings those growth, and then it will be a very good source for you to grow more.
And for domestic, in 2019, we received 35 million.
Okay.
But when pandemic, of course, the international tourist arrivals become zero. So we restructure. We think that we should focus on domestic because now we have a population of 100 million. And last year, we received also record. So 2019, we received 85 million. But last year, we received 101 million domestic tourists.
Okay, yeah.
20% higher than the record 2019.
Before the pandemic. Okay.
Before pandemic.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's hear the amazing story of Cambodia now. It is working, yes.
What was the question?
No, it was not the questions. We want to hear the current status of tourism in Cambodia and a policy for the future of the Cambodia.
So, thank you, Professor. So let's just start with, I would say, a definition of 3 years prior today. We talk about vaccination policy, travel corridor, quarantine, travel bubble. Those are like sitting at home, scrolling on a Google. If you live in China, it will be the Yahoo or whatnot, the social media. So those are the definition we actually hear it every day. And taking the initiative of the Royal Cambodian government, we actually have the vaccination rollout in 2000, at the end of 2020. And we were one among of the 11 countries in Southeast Asia actually leading in terms of the vaccination rollout policy. Among, if I'm not mistaken, UAE was the top high-ranking country during at the time, and they were the most profitable destinations. I was myself in Dubai, taking the Emirates, and you can see the plane landing in, taking off, refueling gas, mass crowd tourism, and we don't see it anywhere else within our region. So then the Royal Government of Cambodia take the initiative, vaccination rollout in 2020. 2021, we accepted the vaccination travel policy, and then the reopening of the country in the verge of reopening the border and hosting the ASEAN Tourism Forum before transferring our chairmanship to Indonesia, my colleague sitting right next to me. So just to highlight that, and then now, before I came to Korea, I was at ITB, and I personally asked people at ITB, I said, how many vaccination booths do you have? And some, they were like, vaccination booth? Because some of the people in Europe, actually, they don't really get vaccinated fully. Some that I know. And then myself actually is a walking proof of 5 doses, Sinovac, Pfizer, and Pfizer. So when I go back, I mentioned to my colleague and my staff at the ministry, Coming up in about 3 months from now, we get another 6th one. And the entire stock of the Ministry of Health of Cambodia, some of the vaccination right now is running on expiration date. And you can see that flat rate are going down like 4th, 5th, and 6th doses, almost to none every day. But the first one and the second one and the third one, we actually scrambling for life. We actually rushing to get it. So in reverse of it all, I mean, the current status of Cambodia, the ATF, the ASEAN Tourism Forum, which is open the destination for the ASEAN, actually was a benchmark started in Cambodia in the beginning chairmanship of the ASEAN in 2022 in Sihanoukville. So that's when the travel industry within the Southeast Asia actually start to open up. And one by one, collectively as a region, we start to open. And today we can see that more, well not more traveling, but a destination selected by traveler with trust, confidence, and right price, with this resiliency, are actually taking place today. So I would just say that we one of the countries that are very proud of ourselves, that we reopening, one of the first countries actually reopening in the ASEAN country. Thank you.
Yeah, part of the reason is that because Cambodia is heavily reliant on tourism industry before and currently. But what about like, compared to the situation before the pandemic, let's say like the booming, tourism booming season from 2015 to 2019 in Vietnam, you have the policy in Cambodia as well, tourism policy. Compared to those policies, what's the big difference between those policies before the pandemic and after the pandemic?
Well, the policy is like you said earlier, tourism is not the key, but tourism in Cambodia actually generated about 12% of the GDP. So it's quite substantial. It's not, I mean, despite a garment factory, agriculture, construction, tourism, it's one of the key pillars that actually moving the country collectively as social economic development in Cambodia. The pre-COVID condition, not much of a policy are in place, but we take our time to design the SOP. And I think that SOP now is being practiced almost everywhere, around, not just Cambodia, not just in Korea. As we walking by on the street of Korea or even anywhere else, you can see people now, some of them health-wise selectively, they have a choice not to wear a mask, and some people actually wearing them. But as in the private places, the 3C, 3 don't, and then 3 prevention in Cambodia implemented by the Ministry of Health in line with the Ministry of Tourism and acknowledged by the government are actually still in place. And I think it's there for a while. It's there for a long time with the hygiene and safety. But people choose to follow it or not follow it. I think it's entirely up to them. As we can see, like we are announcing, like for back then, like even though you're flying from here to Beijing when China first opening on April, I think February the 10th, I was there in China. And when I was flying on Air China, direct from Phnom Penh to Beijing, it's requiring me to wear masks at all time. However, when I'm flying to here, the flight attendant wear mask, but they don't announce that we have to wear masks on a plane. So some of the airline industry, the aviation industry, some of the airline actually announced and some of them are not announced yet. It seems like we're going back to normal, but not really, but live in a context as a new normal, is a hybrid mix. But that hybrid mix is actually from the travel decision, from a tourist choosing a destination of their perspective, and they can choose where they want to do and where they want to stay, and for their health protocol.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing your idea and opinions. We have a representative of Indonesia, Director General Martini Paham, right?
No.
No?
My name is Fajar.
Fajar.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So let me first ask, our representative from Cambodia, Thong Latasak, mentioned about the vaccine, issue of vaccine in Cambodia. But what about the situation in Indonesia? Do you really care about the vaccine these days?
Yeah, of course, the vaccine policy is, I think, it is one of Indonesian government priority to solve or to cover the COVID situation last year. So, including of our Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, we also support the program to optimizing the vaccination program in Indonesia by doing what we call it in Indonesia, serbuan vaksin. I mean, we promote and we serve the facilitation of vaccine, especially in our tourism destination. Yes.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking this question is that it seems like in Korea, we don't care much about the vaccine anymore. You know, we don't talk about the vaccine. So maybe different country has different situation. I believe England is a quite different situation as well. So there was a reason why I asked this question. Okay, let's hear the current situation of Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much. As you know, Indonesia is the biggest or the largest archipelago to form one state in the world. We consist of 18,000 islands, hundreds of languages, and hundreds of ethnic groups. So before the COVID, in 2019, I think we have the target to get 19 million of foreign tourists to come to Indonesia. But unfortunately, because of COVID-19, so the numbers has become very low. And as a lesson learned from the COVID-19, so we try to promote quality and sustainable tourism in Indonesia. But I would like to say, before COVID as well, Indonesia has a program to spread the tourism destination. As you know, I think Indonesia is more rely on Bali as a prime destination, our prime destination. So President Joko Widodo want to spread the destination. So Indonesia built the 10 of New Bali, and then we also make it more specific into 5 of tourism super priority destination, which are Toba, Lake of Toba, and then Borobudur, Mandalika, Labuan Bajo, the Komodo dragon, and Likupang. So that's our effort to diversify our tourism destination. And talking about quality and sustainable tourism, again, it is a very important lesson learned from COVID. We implement clean health and safety and environment-friendly certification for our tourism industry in Indonesia. It is voluntary, but we do the special program during the COVID to certify almost 12,000 of tourism industry in Indonesia. So after COVID, we try to recover our industry by developing rural tourism, village tourism, And of course, we try to boost our domestic tourists. So for this year, for instance, Mr. President target us to achieve the growth of domestic tourists from 700 million movement of domestic tourists last year. This year, he asked for 1.4 billion domestic tourist movement. So it is our new target for this year. Besides foreign tourists, also we have 7 million foreign tourists in target for this year. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very interesting to note that because of the COVID-19, many countries are targeting domestic tourism. Because we cannot go outside of the country, and then we focus those tourism demands. It has to be like a focus on the domestically and consumed domestically, and then we experienced the increase of the domestic tourism. And my guess is that part of the reason is that the government start to see the tourism as the index of happiness for the people. So if they can travel more, and they will be happy with the country they are living. So this is the ultimate goal of why we travel, the reason why we travel, because in order to be happy, in order to live the happy life. So somehow we start looking at the travel as the index for that reason. Okay, last not the least, let's invite Director General Kom Doan Chanta and talk about the situation of Lao PDR.
Thank you very much for your question. I just brief for the tourism situation in our countries. Since 2019, we received visitors 4.7 million. During the COVID, the country closed border, no one can enter. So and the number of visitors become zero. Government start again May 2022. So I would like to share information with the audience that Laos is a small country, a country no sea, landlocked. Government try to change the name landlocked to be landlink. To do that, to support tourism, government invest for infrastructures, load within the country to link with the other country, particularly for link with Vietnam, Cambodia, Thai, and China. So currently we have Lao-China railways start from Kunming to northern part of Laos to the capital. So this is a new product for tourism. Since we have this product, a lot of visitors are interested to travel by land and then book the package to use railway to visit other tourism product. What Laos have? We have the three heritage, Luang Prabang, of course, Plain of Cha in Siang Khong province. We have Wat Phú Champsak in the southern part, and other activity related to tourism CBT. So those are the potential to attract more visitors. Last year we received, after we opened the country, we received almost 1.2 visitors to the country. It is a good start. Of course, for tourism, we need time to develop because during the COVID situation, the tourism industries need to develop more, particular for the quality services, make the confidence for the visitor to the country. So this is a brief for the current situation of Lao tourism.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, maybe you are right. As you said, Laos is a small country, but you know, according to the information I have, these days there are so many travel broadcasting here in Korea about Laos. And everybody knows the Luang Prabang, and everybody knows, almost everybody knows, every Korean knows the Pakse, all those regions. So in terms of the tourism destination, especially in Korea, it's a big country. All right, thank you very much for all of you for sharing the current status of tourism in your country. Okay, let's quickly go back to the issue of keyword. So I pointed out 4 different keywords of our discussion. One is paradigm shift, and I will ask you, each of you, take like 1 or 2 minutes and quickly share your idea about that issue. So for DG Dinung Tuk, so what is the most important paradigm or the changes you think is most important in Vietnam?
You see, for now.
Yeah, for now.
Our target is fast recover and accelerate development.
Okay.
And we put on the table the government resolution for tourism recovery and development. And from our point of view is that restructure the market, restructure the products, and that's the other, of course. But the main point. We also pay attention to the digital transformations. Okay. Support the business community, investment, and of course promotions. But the most important is restructure markets, restructure products, and then the other, of course.
Okay, seems like you pointed out that every single paradigm is important. Maybe that is the reason why you achieved that fast, growing speed during 15 to 19 period. Okay, I think that this question related to your answer actually. So you see a lot of changes, and then in order to react to those changes, Vietnamese governments are doing those kind of actions. So for the Cambodia government, well, I think you already agree that we are facing new normal. And what are the significant status, new things you think it is important you consider? What is the most important changes we have after the pandemic?
Well, the most important thing that you have to accept is not live in the past, but move on. And I think there is a special message from our leader, our prime minister, that whatever has been in place, whatever been working in the past 3 years, we are looking ahead. But at the same time, this is the experience and lesson learned that we would never forget.
Right.
And then if, let's just say, now we are on the verge of going back to normal, we're not talking about the catastrophe of war or, Ukraine or Russia or the conflict within our region or whatnot. But if the future pandemic occur, we would never go back to COVID-19. He make it very clear as a message, because in case of a national emergency or security in terms of health safety, we will not go to a degree of a category 5 or DEFCON 4 or 5, whatever you want to mention that, as a national agenda, because we will not go back to COVID condition, because it's just that it's not just a waste of time, but it's just that the lesson learned that the people won't accept it. As we are in this room itself, like you mentioned, in Korea, you don't talk about vaccination. Will we continue to accept the new normal? That's you personally, whether you accept the new normal or I accept the way that I used to live as a new normal. So going back, well, not going back, moving forward, yes, we're moving forward. The SOP are there for a reason. So I think it's a wake-up call for all of us that the new normal, it's not just a guideline, but actually is to make us more cleaner and then be more cautious of our surrounding environment. I see, when I was young and until now, I see many things on the social media that people actually, we're talking about gastronomy, we're talking about a indigenous food, way of life, culture, heritage, norm, etc. Now we're seeing on social media who actually eaten something that we're not supposed to eat. And there's plenty of food on the table that you actually can consume. And I think maybe they just want to show something that off generic, maybe caught someone's attention or whatnot. But this is, if you think about it, there's no health safety. The way that they eat things is not supposed to eat like that. And I personally don't accept the way that they actually started doing this TikTok thing or social media of their own personal, of gastronomy, of eating something that they're not supposed to eat. I'm giving you an example, like how can you supposed to eat a baby rat or mice just was born like a few minutes ago and it just swallowed. And then it's went on viral on Facebook or TikTok or whatnot, and then they think it's cool, but in terms of health safety measure, I don't think any government agency will allow you to eat that kind of stuff or have that kind of food in a restaurant. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next question goes to the representative of Indonesia. So we talked about the digital transformation. So how important do you think is the digital transformation in Indonesia? And what needs to be done to boost up this transformation in Indonesia?
Yeah, thank you. Digital transformation is very crucial for the tourism industry, as it enables business to adapt to changing consumer behaviors and preferences, streamline operations, and of course improve the overall customer experience. The tourism industry has been transformed by the increasing use of technology, and business that embrace digital transformation are better equipped to thrive in an ever-changing environment. So, digital transformation allows business to leverage technology to engage with customers across multiple channels, including social media, mobile apps, and websites, by providing a seamless and personalized experience. Business can improve customer satisfaction, generate more revenue, and build long-term customer loyalty. And also in terms of Indonesia, I think we try to improve our, in the term of digital transformation, we try to improve our data. We try to improve our tourism data into a spatial information management system. So, because it is very important, again, lesson learned from our COVID disaster, data is important. Without any sufficient data, we cannot make a proper policy to solve the problem. So it is very important. And about your question about how to boost digital transformation in the tourism industry of some countries, I think the first thing that we should do is how we choose and how we invest on the right infrastructure, digital infrastructure. Yeah, the technology, the proper technology infrastructure. And then it is also essential for us to develop a comprehensive digital strategy. What's our strategy to implement digital transformation in order that aligns with the overall business goals and our objective too. And the last thing, and I think it is also important, is how we prepare our human capital to handle the technology.
Yeah, I was about to mention about those things.
Yeah,
You know,
thank you.
The digital transformation is not; it cannot be done within tourism field. I think it in very close connection with other area, including IT area and all those things. At the same time, we need to educate the tourism specialists who have knowledge about IT technology as well. So it's more like a convergence situation. Thank you very much for your insight. Last but not the least, the question goes to the representative from Lao PDL. We talked about the ESG policies. So what is the current status of ESG management practice in Laos, and how important do you think it is in your country?
Thank you very much for these questions. In terms of the policy, particular for your question have been launched, I'd like to share with you for our tourism sectors. The government has approved Tourism Master Plan 2021 to 2025 that aim to develop and promote the managed culture, natural, historical, green tourism, and sustainable to bring quality of life for the local people. This is a very big objective of our master plan. What tourism can do for conservation, environment, and others. So tourism sector, we develop more the tourism law. Also, we improve some part. Tourism regulation have been developed regarding to attract more investors, not within the domestic and international to come to invest. We also work closely with the environment department when they come to invest, must certify or confirm approval by environment department, so what tourism can proceed. And of course, for the tourism activity, the government also promote a lot of particular try to reduce, to preserve the forest or environment. Particular for Vang Vieng activity, the famous tourism site, we promote kayaking, trekking, cycling. Those are the to make conservation for the environment. So of course, for the local people, we also encourage raising awareness for the people. Not only the local people, but other sector, we work very closely. Now, the big change, the currently, because of course, big investment come to Laos, so government also pay attention how to very strict for the environment. This is what information I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, just like I asked the question in the first half, what would be interesting international project you can suggest? If you recognize the group we have here is a member of ASEAN, state of ASEAN. So when we do the international cooperative projects, it's much easier to work with union countries like ASEAN. So if I ask, Cambodia is the chair state of the ASEAN now? Indonesia, I'm sorry. You finished. Okay, so my question goes to the representative of Indonesia. So if I ask, do you have any idea, okay, let's say there's ASEAN groups, you know, maybe 4 of you come up with an idea and ask a Korean government, how about working with this project together? Can you suggest any ideas for the project? You have? You are not the chair state. Go ahead. Yeah.
I think it's very, very interesting questions, a very interesting idea. In fact, it's necessary. We have a lot of cooperation framework, and how we enhance effectiveness of that. We sharing information, of course, is good. We have a pilot project, it's good. We have a human resource development, it's good. But I think for now, the informations and management is very important. So I think the digital transformation project is very important. Even within country like in Vietnam, we see that the digital transformation is very important, but it's difficult for us to make it as solutions. So we think I propose that if we have the project to the Korean government to help us in the ASEAN or within 4 countries, I think for digital transformations.
That'll be very interesting. We talked about the data, importance of the data. So building up the tourism data, you know, how we can build them up, how we can building up the system to collect the data and use the data with the IT technology Korea has. That will be very interesting future project. So I think once you think this idea is feasible and you can further develop those ideas and make it happen. That's my suggestion. Okay, I will ask Fiona share her observations and about the situation of 4 different countries.
Well, it's quite clear that all destinations are looking to build way beyond the pandemic. And I have to say, the growth in Vietnam is hugely impressive. I think it's important to know where that growth is going, which is why more data, more information will obviously enhance that insight. But clearly, as a destination, tourism is a key economic driver for you, and you've put lots of investment behind that, and you're reaping the results. So I think that's a really good testimony for all the ASEAN countries that there's a strategy there that is working. It's very clear that building back better for Cambodia, the vaccination program really underpinned a lot of your recovery. There's been many lessons learned since the pandemic that you would do things differently, and it has created a different framework for you to operate in, but with a desire that tourism continues to be a key pillar. And the importance of the vaccination rollout to how you move forward has really shaped that. With Indonesia, what struck me here was how domestic tourism has become increasingly important to you, and actually how more environmentally friendly that is. And again, the role of the digital transformation that is coming. And then finally with Laos, your emphasis was almost on regional tourism, with growth coming from Cambodia, Thai, and the Chinese and Vietnamese markets. But how ESG and green tourism and a real focus on using tourism to improve the quality of local people's lives, and using that as an economic driver for them, which really underpins ESG policy, was very impressive. So thank you for sharing those insights. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It's almost come to the end of the session. Originally, I was supposed to ask our representative go back to the seat. But it will be much better to wrap up quickly and then finish the whole session. Okay? So first of all, I'd like to thank you very much for your time and effort to share your experience. During our session, whole day session, I come up with a very frequently heard word, which we call the keyword again. We talked about the data. So we emphasize the importance of data. So everybody recognized we have to begin building up the system to collect the data and use the data. And second term I catch up is the responsibility. It could be responsible for the environment, responsible for the society, responsible for the future generation, but responsibility become very important keywords. And I believe that we are heading to that direction together. And another term I heard is the new normal. Because of the 2.5 years experience of pandemic, now we are facing normal, but it's new normal. So it's a completely different situation from before the pandemic. Last one, not the least, but we start to look at the tourism or travel as the indicator of happiness. So government to start to recognize this is the way we can provide happiness to the people. That could be international or domestic people as well. So my interpretation is that that is the reason why we focus more on domestic people, how we can boost up, how we can provide infrastructure for the development of domestic tourism in our country. So let's keep those keywords in our mind, and then let's move together and to achieve certain goals together. So to prepare for the future and facing the new normal we have right now. Again, thank you very much for your time and efforts. I really appreciate your insight. I learned a lot today. And then hopefully, I know you have a training program after this conference. I hope you all to learn many things based on Korean experience and go back to your country and actualize those learnings. And also, Korea also, we have learned different situations, and that it will be a benefit for us to making better cooperative relationship with all of you. So for that, thank you very much. If you allow me, I will conclude all the session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another extra big round of applause to our moderator, Professor Hwang. Thank you very much. That concludes all of our sessions for today, and of course, our presentations as well as the discussions. We leave you with a couple of keywords, as Professor mentioned: data, responsibility, new normal, and travel as indicators of happiness. So with that, we close the 10th anniversary of the 2023 Kopist High-Level Policy Forum. Thank you once again for joining us and staying with us until the very end. Once again, we express our deepest gratitude to all of the attendees of the Kopist High-Level Policy Forum. And of course, this was prepared as an offline gathering after many years of being an online one in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Another big thank you to our offline attendees. Building on the past 10 years, the Kopist High-Level Policy Forum will continue to be a platform for sustainable development and further growth for the tourism industry. We ask that you join us in our endeavor, and we hope to see you again next year. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to mention that for our welcome dinner, our head of delegation, as well as our trainees, are expected in our welcome dinner location, which is right next door. Please be present by 5:50, so 10 minutes to 6 p.m. Please be present to start our dinner, head of delegations and our trainees by 5:50 p.m. Thank you very much.